I, Penina Malonza, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Malonza, Karibu, you are welcome to this committee of the National Assembly, a committee founded in the standing orders, the law, and the Constitution, whose duty is to conduct confirmation hearings or vetting of nominees like yourself by the President, to the function of a Cabinet Secretary, in your case, for tourism, wildlife, and heritage. The committee will engage you to determine your suitability or otherwise in holding the office to which you have been nominated, pending your appointment or otherwise. This committee is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly, yours truly here. I invite our members to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
My name is Gladys Boss, member for Wasingishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Karibu.
Okay, my name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Owen Bayer, MP Kilifi North.
I'm Robert Mbui, MP Kadiani.
Lehab Mukami, County MP, Nyeri.
My name is Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
My name is George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka Nithi County.
And I'm David Kosin, MP for Pokot South, West Pokot County.
My name is Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP for North Imenti, Meru County, and a member of this committee.
Nelson Rapkwech, MP Belgut Constituency, Kericho County.
Good afternoon, Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Didoraso, MP Saku, Marsabit County.
Emase.
Emase Mary, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
David Gikaria, Nakuru Town, his constituency.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have the Parliamentary Secretariat. Sitting in for the Clerk of the Assembly is Florence Abonyo. Introduce your team.
Florence Atenyo Abonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations, and other select committees. To my left is a team in the from the Secretariat of the committee.
Thank you. Penina, if you allow me to call you by your first name, we are going to engage you in the next 90 minutes to do exactly what I said we should, to establish your suitability or otherwise to hold the office to which you have been nominated. We have time limitation, that's why we're giving you 90 minutes. So we expect that you will be able to answer all the questions put to you clearly, precisely, without too many stories. We expect that you'll address the committee through the chair and also our members will be asking questions to you through the chair. This is not an adversarial proceedings, so feel free and relaxed to tell us whatever we ask you to tell us so that we can be able to move together. For you to start off, we will give you, after a few preliminaries, 10 minutes or less to tell us your story. Who is Penina Malonza? Your journey through life to where you are sitting now. Before we do that, we need you to comply with a few basics. I want to ask you if you have the necessary documentation. If you have sent us copies, we'll require your originals to be checked against the copies you sent to our staff, so that we are sure what you have sent us is what you have. Do you have a tax compliance certificate?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a clearance certificate from the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, sir.
Do you have clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a certificate of good conduct?
Yes, sir.
From the DCI. Have you ever been charged and convicted of an offense in a court of law?
No.
Are you a dual citizen? Being a citizen of Kenya, are you a citizen of any other jurisdiction?
No.
At a personal level, what is your financial net worth?
Honorable Chair, my financial net worth is 300 million.
How is it made up?
I have a breakdown. 240 million is prime land that is in Mombasa, Kajiado, Kitui, and Nairobi. I have shares in 4 circles with a total of 30 million. I have motor vehicles, 3 to be precise, 10 million. The other 20 million is from my farm produce and livestock that I keep. Thank you.
We'll now engage you in a manner that I advised, and I'll ask the Deputy Speaker to be the first to go. Oh yes, sorry. Gun. 10 minutes, the journey of your life.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. First, I want to thank this Honorable Vetting Committee for this opportunity that you've given me to express myself in this vetting exercise. I know it is a very noble exercise in this country as a law-abiding citizen, and I want to say thank you. Again, I want to extend my gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for nominating me for Cabinet Secretary, Tourism, Wildlife, and Heritage. Honorable Chairman, my name is Penina Malonza. Apparently, I only use 2 names because my parents never gave me a company name. I was born 48 years in the eastern part of this country, Kitui County to be precise. I grew up in a village called Itumba in Mutomo, just next to Kitui South Game Reserve. I attended my early education at Itumba Primary School from 1980 to 1987. I then proceeded to Ikudha Girls, which again is next to Safo East Game Park, and I completed my whole-level education in 1991, where I was lucky to be enrolled at the University of Nairobi to take my bachelor's in BA Anthropology. I completed my degree in 1994, from where I took break like any other citizen in this country and began my early career. I was engaged by AMREF Kenya as a coordinator in their Kibera health program, health-based program, where I was in charge of coordinating women empowerment activity and rehabilitating commercial sex workers. I proceeded to Changamwe Baptist Church that is in Mombasa, where I was engaged as a project director. It was at this time when I was at Changamwe Baptist Church, I felt that I needed to go back to school. And in 2006, I enrolled myself in the Kenya Association of Professional Counselors, where I took a diploma in psychological counseling. In the same year, I applied to take a master's course at the University of Nairobi. And I was enrolled for a master's program in project planning and management, a course that I took from 2006 to 2008. Upon completion, my desire for education was still burning. And I went back again. Lucky enough, I had applied for 2 masters and I got both admission. And therefore, I postponed one, and upon completion of my first master's, went back again in 2009 to do my second master's in public health at the University of Nairobi. Besides the straightforward education, I've also taken short courses in various universities within the country and outside this country. And to be particular, I'd want to mention 2 that are essential for this vetting. I've taken a course in recovery models of African countries at Chungwani University, Samoa Academy, Korea. I also took a course in health research at Addis Continental Institute of Public Health in Ethiopia. And finally, I would want to quote that I took a short course on leadership with International Leadership Foundation in conjunction with International Leadership University. Besides those 3, I took others and they are in my file, which I presented, but it is good to mention that I've also taken finance for non-finance, management for non-governmental NGOs, proposal writing and resource mobilization at Daystar University, and peer counseling at Moi University. That marks my journey in education. In my career, as I said, I started with AMREF Kenya, transitioned to Changamwe Baptist Church, and later, while at Changamwe Baptist Church, the same year I completed my psychological higher diploma. The same year I was enrolled for a master's at Nairobi University. I also was employed by Compassion International Kenya as a program facilitator. As a program facilitator, I was in charge of 2 regions in this country. I was in charge of Meru, and I was also in charge of Kaloleni, Kilifi County. I rose from being a facilitator to a senior facilitator in the following year, where I was also in charge of 2 more other regions, including Kajiado, Nairobi, Meru, and Mombasa. But also, I was given the task to mentor 2 program facilitators. I was lucky, however. For the 5 years I worked with Compassion International, for me every year was a promotion. So in my 3rd year, actually after 8 months, I became the program supervisor, where I was in charge of programming activities of Compassion International in the country, mainly child sponsorship and programming with our partners who are churches across the nation. Later on, I was promoted to a senior supervisor within the same organization, where I began sitting in the country's management team as an extended officer, but still managing now a team of 6 program facilitators in terms of supervision. And lastly, I rose to a partner training and support manager in 2012. In this position, I was at the top management of the country, where I would sit in the country management team to program the child activities in this nation. I would say that this is where I was able to grow my leadership skills at a higher level, because I was in charge of the largest department at Compassion. I was in charge of curriculum development. I was in charge of training. I was in charge of early childhood program. I was also in charge of child protection, and I was also in charge of the health matters in the country, and also I was in charge of HIV programming activities in the country. Honorable Chair, I want to say that I am a mother, a widow, a mother of 1 and a widow, and I am the firstborn in a family of 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Penina. We'll now open up to the committee to engage you, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Good afternoon, Ms. Penina Malonza. First, I want to start by congratulating you for being for being nominated as Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage. Congratulations. My question is this. We know that less attractive tourist destinations have, like Spain, have 50 million visitors a year. Kenya is yet to hit the 10 million mark. It has not done so in 15 years. And yet, at the same time, we know that we have challenges with our wildlife, which is our biggest tourist attraction, is also not doing well. The wildlife is dying. There's human-wildlife conflict. And then there's also some threats to our wildlife, which is our biggest attraction. What do you intend to do as Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife and Heritage to attract visitors into Kenya and bring us the much-needed foreign revenue? Thank you.
Kimani Ichung'wah, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Chair. Penina, my name is Kimani Ichung'wah, as has been mentioned. Sorry I came late for the introduction. Member of Parliament for Kikuyu. Let me begin with a question from the form that you have filled, the one that you have filled by hand, and I believe it too has filled it since it's done by hand. On deferred income, item number 21, you are selling land for 50 million shillings in the year 2026. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Then item number 23, sources of income, where you are told to list sources and amounts of all income received during the calendar year preceding your nomination and in the current calendar year. You are saying you have donations from friends and family of 10 million shillings. Is that correct?
Yes.
You must have very rich friends.
Thank you.
Now, my question on the land sale. How did you determine that you will sell land in 4 years to come for 50 million shillings? And maybe you would need to look at the form, if you have it, whether it could be a mistake or it's actually what you intended to fill in. That's on the form. Maybe you may have to look at it, because I would really want to know how you are able to determine the value of land in the future. I have not seen any valuer who is able to determine value of land in the future. Two, on policy matters now, away from this, we have for long relied on our beautiful beaches, as we have said, our wildlife, and marketing this, but not in a very good way to foreigners. But domestic tourism has not been promoted domestically, or rather in the country and also in the region. And with the opening up, I've seen the president trying to persuade all our neighbors to open up our borders. What efforts would you apply if you are approved as Minister for Tourism to encourage those of our neighbors who are in landlocked countries to utilize those beautiful beaches, or are we only going to focus on wazungus from the West? Two, also in terms of marketing, what measures do you intend to take? I see small economies like Rwanda advertise on CNN, on Al Jazeera. I've hardly ever seen an advert for any of our tourism destinations on those platforms, and even online, maybe on online platforms around the world. What measures would you apply to market our country as a tourist destination? Thank you.
Wandai.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker and Chair. Ms. Malonza, you are the Deputy Governor for the county of Kitui between the year 2013 and 2017, in which case you are state officer, because governors and the deputies are state officers. Okay? If you go to the Constitution at Article 73, Sabbatical 1, for avoidance of doubt, I'll just read quickly, that authority assigned to a state officer is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that, among others, demonstrates respect for the people, brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office, and promotes public confidence in the integrity of the office. Ms. Malonza, it is in public domain that you had a nasty fallout with your governor, then Julius Malombe. And about 5 months or so before the elections of 2017, you indeed defected, as it were, and teamed up with Senator David Musela as his running mate in the subsequent election, while still serving as the deputy governor under Governor Malombe. There was an incident at a public rally sometime in 2017 at Kisayani Market in Kitui South constituency, where you threatened to walk naked in the streets of Kitui in protest against Governor Malombe for instigating your woes in the county. In fact, the governor is reported, Governor Malombe that is, that you had forsaken your official duties. I'm quoting him verbatim. That she has forsaken her official duties and now spends much of her time dining with my political opponents and detractors as they plot my downfall ahead of the 2017 elections. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with falling out with your governor or even defecting. That's within your right. But the fact that you could formally be declared a running mate of an opponent of the governor you are serving while still serving in the office, that speaks volumes about your loyalty and consistency and principles. And again, the fact that you could threaten to walk naked in the streets as a deputy governor really raises serious issues of morality and ethics. What do you have to say about this? Thank you.
Yes, Robert Mbui. Penina will take 4 questions, then you will answer them in the order they came. So that's the last one on this batch. The Honorable Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir. As is part of our duty, when you're doing public appointments, the Parliamentary Approval Act, we have this schedule that the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah did go through. And one of the requirements is that we are supposed to determine the net worth of individuals before they assume office. Maybe one of the reasons could be that in another 5 years we compare and see whether they have made any benefits out of maybe wrongly from the office, and probably also to give confidence to those many mamambogas and bodabodas that they are getting wealthy people that can take care of their interests when they go to office. Now, in this particular form that the nominee has filled, the area that Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah noted, I want to add that there seems to be also a deputy governor house allowance at number 21, deferred income future benefits. Deputy governor house allowance by county government of 4.8 million in 2022 when she was not in office. I would like to understand that. And then, because this office, Mr. Speaker, is an office that will be dealing with international tourists, and therefore, of course, communication has to be very clear. If you look at the part where she has indicated the statement of net worth, which is number 25, she has actually verbally here said it is 300 million, but has written 300 trillion. Maybe she can confirm that. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, kindly look at number 25, statement of net worth. It is 300 million. That is 300 trillion, Mr. Speaker. That is the communication I'm talking about.
You can now answer the questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and the honorable members who have raised questions to me to respond. I'll start with the first question from the Deputy Speaker, where she said that looking at the numbers flowing in the country, Kenya is yet to attain 10 million visitors in a year. As she asked me to say what I intend to do to attract visitors in this country. One of the things that I will do is to promote domestic tourism in this country. This is a low-lying fruit that we can harness as a country, and especially at this time.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. According to Schedule 4 of the Constitution, domestic tourism is a preserve of county governments. It's supposed to be done by governors and CECs in charge of tourism. The same Schedule 4 is very clear. International tourism is a preserve of the national government and the minister in charge of tourism. So when the minister nominee is telling us he will dwell on domestic tourism, then she needs to check the constitution what her role is.
Thank you very much. I am aware of the 4th schedule that gives the distribution of functions between the national government and the county government. Whereas the national government has a role in developing policies and standards, training and building capacity, conducting research. When you look at the functions of the county government, you will realize that the county governments have the role of promoting culture and taking care of the county parks. And for my understanding, when I checked with the Constitution of Kenya, the 4th schedule, that was my finding. However, I'll be responding to this question and say, promoting domestic tourism is in the context of the function of the national government, where the national government is mandated to sell Kenya to international, regional, and domestic. And therefore, categorically, I believe I will be promoting in terms of marketing. I'll also, through marketing, seek to raise the numbers. How I will seek to raise the numbers in the country is by looking at our traditional markets that we have, and specifically picking on 5I value and contacting through our vehicle that we call Magical Kenya, promotion, trade fairs, and end-to-end marketing with them. I'll also want not only to look at the issue of the numbers, because we can have numbers, but it's not bringing value to this nation. And therefore, I'll be relooking at our revenue collection modalities. Specifically, I'm pursued to say that one of my key strengths is automation. And I will want to pursue automating our systems so that we can even have e-ticketing for tourists, but also e-revenue collection. I'll also be looking at the very core function of the national government in capacity building and invoking Article 189 on collaboration between the two levels of government. I would develop, especially in the area of culture, legislation and policies that will direct upon contextualization, would direct our counties. At Article 189, probably to come back to Honorable Opio's question, the two levels of governments can consult, can work together in terms of implementing legislations. I'll respond to question 2. How did I determine to sell land at 50 million? As you realize with my breakdown on the net worth, I have in all my time invested in land. All my salaries mostly I invested in land. And therefore, I have a bit of chunks of land. This is not 1 acre and not 2 acres. However, I must agree that this is a personal valuation that I projected after being in the business for some time. On domestic tourism has not been promoted from still Honorable Kimani. What efforts will I apply? I believe I've already stated that I will intend to sell Kenya through marketing to both in the country and also extending to East Africa community. And I'm very happy to report that I was very brightened last time His Excellency the President visited Tanzania, and he talked about removing restrictions. And I think that is a good step in terms of opening up. But to say, in terms of our country, I have taken keen interest in looking at the numbers of the consumers of our parks, of our beaches, and of what we call the niche products that we've already developed. And I've realized that very few people in this country hardly find time to retreat in a national park. And therefore, we will be running digital marketing. And this is because if you look at the world around, the generation that we have, we call it millennial. They are digital. They are using digital platforms. And I believe for us, even to attract tourists who are from this country to visit our national parks, I believe that we need to go online. And you're right on that, a spot on that. Because last time I checked Field Travel, I realized that Kenya was missing. Tanzania was there, Seychelles was there, Mauritius was there, but Kenya was missing. And therefore, I will be pursuing this type of marketing to attract. I'm also relooking at, for example, lowering the entry fee or coming up with differential pricing between our international and domestic. Because tourism has almost same ratings where the price you pay sometimes for a night in an hotel will almost be the same price that any other visitor from outside this country will be paying. And in particular, I'm focusing on KICC, the very iconic building that we have in this nation that has not given us much. Yet we can lower the 200 fee for our Kenyans just to go up the tower. And that way we attract a larger number of tourists from our country, even experiencing this great experience of being on the top of our longest building, although I know today is not the highest building. Marketing. was still from Honorable Ichungwa. Through the chair, I have already pointed out that I will be using digital platforms to pursue marketing. The good thing with digital platforms, they have a wider reach and they are cost effective. Marketing is very expensive, and probably that's why we've been living in this country, because of the slim budgets we have for marketing and exercising the known ways of marketing. And therefore, one of the areas that are working with the team in the ministry I'll be looking at is using international and regional and local platforms, media platforms, including our local radios.
Yes, Chair, on a point of order, because I think the issue of marketing she had answered, maybe in the interest of saving time. The question Penina had asked on the 10 million shillings and your very rich friends. I'm sorry, Chair, because I left out the question. I just quipped that you may have very rich friends. I know you are a political aspirant this year, during this year's elections. Maybe you could clarify this. Could this have been donations towards your campaign? And my specific question on that issue of donations of 10 million shillings, do you intend now as a public officer, if you are approved, to continue receiving these kind of donations from your very rich friends?
Thank you very much. It's true that you're right. The 10 donation was donated to my friends and family during the campaigns, and that's why I wrote it there. So it's not that I have rich, but I will not deny also I have rich friends.
With 300 million, Penina, you are certainly not poor either.
Thank you. Indeed, I am.
The moral question you are being asked is whether you will...
I will not receive, I will not continue receiving, because I'm very aware that I will be a state officer, and the law is very clear. I believe it's Article 77 that I cannot receive donations. And again, I will not be fighting for this period. Because
you can actually receive donations, but if it's more than 20,000, you declare.
I declare.
That's what the law says. And surrender to the state.
Yes, I was coming there. Sorry, I was coming there. That any donation, any gift to a state officer is a donation to the state.
Penina, I want you to focus on the questions a little more.
The last question.
Penina, if we listen to each other, it's better. When the chair is talking, you do the listening.
Sorry.
When you talk, I do the listening.
Sorry.
I would want you to focus on the questions that have been asked to you. You've spent the last almost 20 minutes dancing around two questions. We have the other questions, and all these colleagues are waiting to ask you questions. And so I would encourage you to answer. You remember I said concise and precise.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that correction. The fifth question was from Honorable Wandai, stating that as I served as a deputy governor, I had a fallout with my governor, and I would want to state that a difference in point of opinion is not a fallout. I remember very well the Kisayani instance. Actually, I don't think the words were walking naked. Remember, I was serving a political office, and interpretation, which I already know I have a task interpretation of my words. I think they were misunderstood. And I want to state to this vetting team that personally I enjoyed a very cordial relationship with my governor. And I want to state among the deputy governors we had in the country at time, remember deputy governor's position and roles are not well stipulated apart from deputizing. But I must say that my governor was gracious enough to assign me 5 functions, which I did very well, and one of them was performance contracting, and at time our county performed. The issue on having been a running mate to Honorable Musila 5 months before, I was not a running mate. I don't see, I can't remember any time I even campaigned with him before the 5 months. What I want to state to this vetting team is that Deputy Governor's office is political, as well as Governor's office is political. And the interpretation by other people outside could mean otherwise. The only contentious issue that arose during my tenure was the issue of regional balance. And that one I can attest to this vetting team, that there was a discussion that I and the governor came from the region of Kitui, and the people of Mwingi felt marginalized. And that was the reason that my governor could not continue with me, because he jeopardized his position and his second term. And so in my young career, when I was starting, and I realized that he had chose to take a running mate from Mwingi, Honorable David Musila came for me by the fact of my performance, and at that time the law was very clear. I was not bound by law. Thank you very much.
Robert Mbui's questions.
Question number 6 from Honorable Robert Mbui. It's true that I've written that there's a deputy governor's house allowance. This is a debt that I'm owing the county government of Kitui. There was a high court ruling that declared has to be paid this amount. Quite a number of former deputy governors have been paid, but I've been pursuing it with the county government of Kitui, and it is clear that they will be paying. Thank you.
So they owe you, you don't owe them.
them.
Okay. Owen Bayer.
I owe them, sorry.
Yes.
They owe me, sorry.
Naisula and George. We'll take the next 4. And Honorable Penina, try your best. Pick the question and give the answer. Too many stories are unhelpful.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Speaker, Chair. Penina, nice to meet you here. And I come from a very rich tourism area and I have a lot of interest. And I'll pose to you a few. One, poor policy execution has been the problem of tourism in this country. And a lot of tourism players have noted that there are 8 strategies in the Ministry of Tourism. 8. Polishing the JWL, National Tourism Strategy 2013, Tourism in 2030, Tourism Sector Plan 2013, 8 of them. but the tourism in this country has never gotten off its foot. One of the weakest links in the tourism is marketing and branding. This country misses out on a lot of trade fairs. It misses out on a lot of marketing opportunities abroad. And the minister, the previous minister, focused more on domestic tourism, which is not his function, according to Schedule 4, subsection 7. It's very clear that domestic tourism is an issue of county government. But the minister made us believe that he's marketing tourism by looking at local tourism instead of the job that he was given to do. What has happened is this country has suffered low numbers. That's why Kenya tries to move to the 10 million mark. It never gets there because the strategies are wrong. They've been very wrong. Listening to you, I don't see you departing from the thoughts of the previous minister. How will we trust you, those of us who come tourism-rich area, that you will actually get tourism to the 10 million number? And also, I would like you to address yourself to the issue of the open sky. The Minister for Tourism and Minister for Transport deliberately refused airlines from other airlines flying direct from Europe to Kenya. Deliberately, because they were protecting something called KQ and killing tourism. And if you go to Malindi today, 80% of the hotels in Malindi are all dead and decaying. And that is a story for the whole of coast. And you know, there used to be something called the safari which would start at the coast and end up in Amboseli and end up in Nairobi and many other places. So everybody got some shilling out of the value chain of tourism. But that value chain was killed. How are you going to help this country to get to the 10 million mark and ensure that we go back to tourism being the highest foreign exchange earner for this country and create the million of jobs that we require in this country? I don't think that is a mouthful. I thank you, Mr.
Russell. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'm here. Penina, the Act 2015, which provides for compensation in the case of animals killing the citizen or injuring them or destroying their properties. There were hefty fines that were placed during the enactment of that particular act. Is it still feasible, considering the amount of money that has placed on individual compensation? Finally, is about a conservancy. Currently, there are NGOs, individuals, and groups who are coming up with conservancies, particularly in the region of Upper Eastern, the NRT, Northern Rangeland Trust. Which law does it operate under, and does it fall under your ministry? Thank you, Chairman.
Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm not too sure if I'll be paraphrasing Honorable Russell's question, but to the nominee, 70% of the wild animals actually live outside protected areas, meaning they're living with the communities, and they're communities that are protecting this wildlife, or the wildlife are actually at the mercy of the communities. But when it comes to human-wildlife conflict, the government takes ages to compensate the victims who are either injured or those who die or those that their property is damaged. Actually, in Parliament, in the Budget Committee, every other time we want to allocate money for that, members are really up in arms, because when you ask whether people have been compensated or in good time, that does not happen. So this has been a question up to a point where we were saying that vote should actually just, we should just get rid of it.
George Morugar.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. El nominee, are national parks and game reserves becoming obsolete? The reason I ask this is due to the fact that even the little tourism that we are able to attract, the beaches seem to be doing better than those pieces of land with now very few animals to see. If they're becoming obsolete, would you be preparing a policy so that those lands are returned to the ancestral owners? And if you're not going to do that, a time like now we have drought, would you be prepared to do a policy whereby those communities that neighbor those parks are actually able to save their livestock by structured grazing in those national parks and game reserves? The second question is from a constituent just now, and he's from Tharaka. You're familiar with Tharaka, having been a deputy governor of Kitui. Because in Kitui, we have a town called Mboka in Tana River, where traders actually move across the Kora National Park. Those who do not know Kora Game Reserve, it's an extension of Meru National Park. They come to a town known as Kaningo and then to Sekuro, and they do trade. The question they are asking is this: are you also prepared to consider a corridor in the Meru National Park whereby the people of Tharaka would actually be able to move to Garissa, trade with the people of Mbalambala, my colleague is here, or the people of Mbalambala would come from Garissa, trade with the people of Tharaka, with a corridor, structured corridor in the national park as part of the control of wildlife human conflict?
Yes, Penina, can I answer those four?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll start with Honorable Owen's question. That there's been policies in this ministry, and he's mentioned quite a number of them. And he's quoted that have diverted to domestic, yet the focus should be international tourism. I want to assure Chairman that this ministry will be in safe hands. And the focus on international marketing, as I've said, marketing cuts across. And the digital platforms and our vehicle, Magical Kenya, that is involved in trade fairs and end-to-end marketing. But I also want to say that we'll also be focusing on partnering with international marketing firms to carry out joint promotion campaigns. This way, Kenya being a medium tourist destination will have more benefits from such campaigns and therefore raise the numbers. I'm also in one of the package in Magical Kenya, we have begun getting in touch with top operators and included our champions in the package. And I believe that we can use the top operators with a targeted materials to market us out there. Again, I'll be looking forward to collaborate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that we can use our missions out there we start a tourism desk and provide targeted materials for international markets. I know it is a concern, and I was watching when His Excellency Alfred Mutua was being interviewed by this vetting group, and I know the open sky issue and using of our missions out there came aboard. I want to say that I'll be also collaborating with my counterpart in Transport Ministry to pursue reinstating the charter planes that we used to have, flying direct to Mombasa. I've grown in Mombasa, and I used to witness all that. And therefore, I want to assure you that that's an area I have an interest as I come aboard, and I will be engaging the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Question number 3, I'll combine it with the last question from Honorable Naisula on compensation. Is it still feasible? Yes, it is. The only challenge that has been there, this particular budget line has been receiving very slim budget, because today we have compensations worthy 5 billion to be paid. The budget that we planned, that we budgeted, was around 2.5 million. And this budget for sure cannot compensate everybody. And therefore, we have to carry this backlog to the following year, and that's why the numbers, the amounts have been increasing. I want to plead, and I will be pleading with the Committee on Tourism, Wildlife, and Heritage to improve on this budget line, but also looking at the sustainability of it. It may not be sustainable. Therefore, I'm looking forward, if this committee will approve me, I'm looking forward to engaging in a long-term strategy where we can look at how do we compensate our people. And one of the things that is coming across my mind is seeking insurances and also invoking the World Conservation Fund to see whether we can benefit from the carbon credits and see whether we can utilize that fund at least to compensate our people besides the normal line that we have from Treasury. No, this is the last question.
Go on, Penina.
There's the last. There's the last question.
From Ms. Oneva Murugara, the animal corridors.
Yes.
Or trading corridors. Yes. And the conservancies.
I'm on the trading corridors, but I will also be coming back to conservancies.
Chair, not to interrupt, but because I'm looking at time and almost half of us have not asked, can some of the submission be written and submitted?
Penina, continue.
Thank you very much.
The whole country is watching you. Who is going to look after our parks?
Thank you
Who is
very
going
much.
to bring tourists? Who is going to compensate Kenyans mauled by wild animals?
Thank you.
Yes.
Our national parks are becoming obsolete? No. There was a question on allowing livestock to graze in our national park. I'm aware of the Wildlife Compensation and Management Act that strictly doesn't allow grazing in the parks. However, I know that it allows grazing in the conservancies. And therefore, this is, well, we are tied by the law, especially in grazing in the national parks. I find a contradiction because the forest also allows, the forest law allows for grazing, and therefore we'll be sitting with my counterpart to harmonize and see how best we can harmonize the areas that we can allow. Am I considering corridor in the structured parks? This is an area that I will need to look at the legislation and see if we can open. However, I know it's an area that it has players also in terms of the physical structure of the roads, and therefore I'll be looking at the documentation of that. Thank you.
The Honorable Mule, the Honorable Emase, the Honorable Ferdinand, the Honorable. There's a point clarification or yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I asked a very important question on conservancies that are operating outside the realm of the ministry. Can she tell us if she is aware and what she is likely to do to bring it under the ministry?
Penina.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for reminding me that question. I may not be aware of all the conservancies, but I will be looking into the report. But what I'm aware is that the conservancies needs to be licensed, and therefore I'll be looking into the report on the mushrooming conservancies in this country. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes,
Chair, maybe you can ask the clerk department. This place is so hot, so if they could do something about the hewa. But secondly, also you had called only three.
No, I'm giving the next lot is the Honorable Mule, Emase, Daud, Gikaria, and Ferdinand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I said one question each.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, nominee, for coming. I want to get just one strategy from the nominee on how she'll deal with the following issues. Kenya has no longer become a favorable hub for the African market and the tourism. We know we are sort of losing that to Tanzania.
the drought issue and environmental degradation in our parks, poaching menace, illegal wildlife trade, and the recent terror on attacks to the country, COVID, and now Ebola. How, just one strategy you'll use to deal with those issues to make sure that we regain the glory we used to know Kenya as the best destination for tourism. Thank you.
Marcel.
Thank you. To the nominee, you've been nominated to a ministry that requires serious reengineering interventions to bring it back to its rightful footing. You've just heard from members, and we've experienced as Kenyans, that international tourism has drastically reduced since COVID, and the country has not also fully embraced domestic tourism. Now, my concern is, whereas tourism, part of the tourism is devolved, domestic tourism, we find that other counties have not realized their potential, despite having unique and competitive attraction sites. So, as the nominee, what do you intend to do to bridge that gap? Because we must bridge that gap if the country is going to gain from the tourism sector. Thank you.
Honorable Daud.
Thank you, Speaker Chair. First of all, I just want, Mr. Speaker, to ask the nominee, did she say 2.5 million is the compensation from Parliament, or did she say 250 million? That is
2.5.
2.5.
Yes.
I don't know, because I know the budget line for compensation has been low, but it has never been 2.5. But let me ask my question now, because I think she needs to correct whatever she's got. Human-wildlife conflict has been an age-old thing, and we've got Rhino Arc, which has done fencing in some of the areas in the country, and the game parks, which are being controlled now mostly by the county governments. How, in your opinion, will you handle these three matters about human-wildlife conflict, creating the buffer zone or fencing, and giving a helping hand to county governments in handling those game parks and lodges in the game parks? But I think that you should get your facts a bit better, because 2.5 million is completely out.
Yes, who was the next?
It was me.
Gikaria.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Perina, there is this aspect of poaching and illegal wildlife trade, and it is really affecting this tourism sector. And one of the issues that has always come up is the declining human resource of the game wardens. And I'm told for the last 7 years, I think they have never done any recruitment. Maybe what will you do to try and improve the number of game wardens? And more so, these game wardens, despite stopping this poaching and illegal trade, they're also in charge of the baboons, which are causing menace to most of the places. And not only the baboons, including snake bites. There has been a lot of issue coming from snake bites and the escalating anti-venom prices, though it's becoming a big issue. So maybe what strategy or what policy issue will you put in place so that you can be able to address that? And lastly, we know that some of these counties, I know of course with the fall of BBI, we anticipated to have gotten an increase of 10 billion shillings in Nakuru if he had gone through. But now, since it fell, there is this issue of considering giving Nakuru County some of the national parks, just like you've done in other counties, so that they can be able to boost their income at the local level and be able to address some of the issues that are supposed to be addressed. And we have almost, in Nakuru County, we have over, I think, 17, if I'm not wrong. So maybe just giving out one or two, like Nakuru National Park, to the Nakuru County, so that it can be able to supplement the deficit of what would have come from BBI. Thank you.
Ferdinand.
What's her name?
Malonzo. Ferdinand.
Miss Malonzo, let me just draw your attention to what is happening. There's a lot of conflict, I think, because of our population increase, and you'll find that people are now encroaching into the parks. I know, for example, Mount Elgon is a park there. People have now got into the Mount Elgon. Tsavo National Park, I know for sure. I'm told, I've not seen them, but I'm told there's human encroachment in these parks. So what mechanism are you coming up with to be able to stop this for the benefit of tourism in this country? Specifically, come up with what are you going to do to stop this conflict?
You can now answer those 5 questions. You got all of them?
Yes, I did.
Good.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll start with the first question from Honorable Mule on one strategy that I will employ. One of the strategies that I will employ is rebranding Kenya or repositioning Kenya. How do we reposition Kenya? Reaching out to our traditional markets there, also reaching out to new emerging markets like China and Japan. The other strategy I'll use is developing new niche products. I know traditionally we've sold tourism products of our beaches and also the wildlife. But currently we have the new millennia who are really interested in adventure and in sport and also in cultural activities. And therefore, this is a strategy that I will be looking to bring on if this honorable vetting committee will approve me. There was a question on a correction. It's true, it's not 2.5. And I'll say that it is below 2.5. And that's why I said if this committee approves me, I'll be engaging to see. However, we are also diversifying this area.
Penina, it's good to be factual.
Yes.
The honorable member was doubtful that the amount of money available for compensation in the cases of injuries to human beings by wildlife is 2.5 million. Now you are saying it is below 2.5 million.
Sorry, I thought I had said billion.
You said million.
Sorry for that.
You meant billion.
Yes, I meant billion.
Okay, it's corrected.
A point of order, Chair. I think we need to remind the nominee that he is speaking to us under oath. And if I remember the words in the oath, she'll respond the truth, bare truth, and the truth will set her free.
Chair, if the nominee does not know, she should say, I do not know, but I will check my records, and probably in future, if she is approved, then she will tell us. But for now, when she tells us 2.5, then she says 2.5 million and billion. Next, she'll say 2.5 trillion. So I'm wondering, if she's not sure about any fact, she should leave it out. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Penina, you know, in an interview, an exchange like this, even no is an answer. You don't have to hazard guesses. If it's not clear, not everybody knows everything. It is how you will engage when you are in office if we approve you. You can say you'll formulate policy, you'll bring legislation, you'll go and check, you'll try to find out. All those kind of responses are good answers.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for that correction, and Honorable Member for that correction. Allow me to correct that and say I'll check the report and move to the third question on conflict between human and wildlife, and how I will battle this out. It is true that we have increased human wildlife in the country, and I want to state that one of the reasons why we are having this is because of the climate change, the reduced pasture in the parks, in the national parks, and also water. And if this committee will approve me, I will be looking to constructing water ponds within the national parks, basically to restrict the animals, and also continue the fencing program so that we can restrict the animals to the confines of the park. Again, giving Nakuru County, Nakuru National Park I believe that the law is very clear on the national government, national parks being under national government, and therefore we are at an age and era, and I believe that this August House, if they feel this is an area that we need to relook, then we will the August House will approve, and we will legislate on this area. Encroachment and what plans I have, it is true that there's increased encroachment, and one of the things that I plan to do is to work with the Minister of Lands and see and ask them to cease the subdivision of land within this country. The other issue that I will encourage is conservancy agreement programs. If we can go on conservancy, I believe that we'll have a leeway of our people having their livestock grazing in our conservancies and also preserving the conservancies. There was a question on poaching. There was a question on poaching that we have not recruited. What I want to say is that we have our community scouts that have been doing a very great job, and we will be looking at the possibilities of discussing this with the Augusta House, the 13th Augusta House, because I know their term is coming to an end next month, to see if we can at least give them a contract so that they can help in surveillance and also information gathering. Again, Kenya Wildlife has improved on technology of spatial monitoring, and I believe this is an area that we can try to see if we can equip our national parks with the drone technology to monitor. Again, we have the anti-poaching law. We will continue to enforce it, especially, and also cooperate with our international agencies to ensure that we stop trafficking. We'll also improve on our border patrols so that we can stop, we can reduce the demand in the consumer destinations. Thank you.
Mishi Mbogo, Mishi, then Koech, and Missy.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, maswala ambayo nitauliza ni swala ambayo pia nimetumwa na wananchi wetu wa Kenya, na kama nisingepata nafasi ingekuwa pigo kubwa kwangu. Kwanza niweze kuongezea yale Mheshimiwa Gikari amezungumzia katika ile orodha ya fidia kwa upande wa tetesi wa binadamu na wanyama. Naona katika orodha ile kuumwa na nyoka imetolewa, kuumwa na ama kuathirika na tumbiri imetolewa, na pia nguruwe mwitu. Kwa hivyo jambo hilo naona Mheshimiwa Malonza atatuelezea vile atakavyowezesha, kwa sababu wanyama hawa ndio wako karibu sana na jamii, na kama wametolewa katika orodha ya fidia, basi hilo ni pigo kubwa sana kwa jamii zetu. Na swala langu litakuwa mikakati ambayo utaiweka ili tuweze kupata sera.
Kiswahili?
You know, no, Speaker, Swahili is a national language.
Are you proficient in Kiswahili?
Yes, I can.
Yes, you are. Okay.
Swala langu, Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wa ukoloni katika sehemu ya Taita Taveta, takriban 62% ya ardhi ilichukuliwa na wakoloni. Na baada ya wakoloni kuondoka, tulipopata uhuru, ardhi hino ilichukuliwa na serikali iliyokuwepo na ikaweza kutengezwa mbuga mbili za wanyama. Moja ikiitwa Tsavo East National Park na nyingine ikiitwa Tsavo West National Park. Mbuga hizi za wanyama zimeweza kutumika katika hali ya utalii na kumekuwa na mapato ambayo yamepatikana. Lakini ajabu ni kwamba jamii iliyoko pale ambao waliweza kutoa mashamba yao na kuyaachilia kwa serikali kwa mradi huu, hakuna mirahaba yoyote wanaopata. Kwa wale ambao hawaelewi Kiswahili, mirahaba ama mrahaba ni royalties. Na pia hawapati mapato yoyote kutokana na ushuru unaoweza kuchukuliwa na taasisi ya Kenya Wildlife Services. Kwa hivyo tunasema mikakati gani ambayo itawekwa ili kutengezwe sera na misoda ya kusimamia rasilimali zilioko katika jamii, ili jamii zile ziweze kufaidika na rasilimali hizo, kwa sababu wakati uno sera yetu ni ugatuzi, na ugatuzi ni kwamba Wakenya walioko katika kaunti zile wataweza kufaidika na zile rasilimali walizonazo. Mwisho kabisa nimuulize pia mikakati alionayo kuweza kuboresha mambo ya utalii katika upande wa utalii wa bahari na utalii wa maziwa, ili tuweze kuborosha ino kiwanda cha utalii, tuweze kuzidisha mapato yetu kama Wakenya na tuweze kuongeza ajira ambayo inaweza kwenda mpaka takriban milioni 1.6. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Madam Penina, mine will have been a question, but looking at the time, I just want to give you one point. Tourism is such a key sector in our economy, such an important, crucial sector, particularly after the ravages of the COVID-19. We're trying to resuscitate our economy. Tourism is a key player. Your face is going to be so important if we approve you in this House in that sector. I want to urge you this, that even as we continue with our vetting, it is important that you appraise yourself with matters tourism and wildlife. Some of our animals are in danger. Your face and your office will be the one mandated to undertake the responsibility of taking care of our animals. A question that Honorable Dawood did ask, even to myself, was not satisfactorily answered. You might have done your research, and sometimes you are put in a field that you do not have the knowledge at that particular time. Our presence also is intimidating, but I want to ask you, take a lot of time to appraise yourself to matters tourism and wildlife.
Missy?
That was quite a lecture. I want to I just want her to reconcile her background from anthropology, study of human, culture, biology, study of Homo sapiens, how we evolved from Homo sapiens, Homo habilis, all those homos. But that is a slow process. Evolution is a slow process. Now you are going into a marketing field. How will you reconcile this?
Penina?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nianze na swala la Mheshimiwa Mishi, Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti wa hichi kikao. Mheshimiwa ameniuliza ya kwamba mbuga mbili zilizowekwa katika upande wa pwani na wananchi wa pande hile hawajaweza kupata mrahaba wowote. Ningependa kukujibu kupitia kwa chairman ya kwamba ni kweli ninafahamu ya kwamba zile mbuga mbili zimeweza kuchukuliwa na wananchi wakapeana, na swala la murahaba ni swala ambalo limekuwa likienea kwingi. Kwa hivyo ningependa kusema hii ni eneo moja ambalo ningependa kuangazia zaidi na kuweza kutoka na legislation, policy, Honorable Chair, I'm supposed to use the two languages. Thank you.
You are more comfortable with.
Thank you very much. This is an area that I would want to look at and see what policies we can generate, at least to see these people benefit, even if it's employment in the parks and also other ways they can benefit and from the revenues that we generate from these national parks. Pia uliuliza swala la kuboresha utalii, and I would love to answer this in English. The strategy that I will be looking at is our beaches we did in 1980s to 90. They really had high flow of our tourists, and I want to say that what I'll do in this area, I know one of the challenges that has affected us so much in this area is our closed skies, because that limited us also from receiving the charter planes that used to flow directly to Mombasa. This is an area I'll be pursuing with my counterpart in transport, but also the coast has potential, especially for marine, for water sports, and these are new niches that we can actually embrace and catalog as our products and market. So that is an area I'll be focusing on. Tourism is a very key sector indeed. I think this was a comment.
Mishi also asked you that I know it is not you who did it, but they have delisted baboons, wild pigs, and snakes as animals that attract compensation when they attack human beings. So they are no longer now compensatable when they attack human beings. Yet, if you go to even Kitui, where you come from, there are more snake bites than attacks from any other wild animals. And people are maimed, they die. If you go to Nakuru, where Gikaria comes from, there's an area called Shabab where it's a daily battleground between baboons and human beings, destroying property and so on, crops and so on. Would you consider, when you get into office, if you are approved, to reschedule those animals on the schedule where compensation follows such attacks? Is that what you asked?
Precisely, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for that correction. Yes, it did. That's an issue I will relook at, because as you've said, I believe it comprises the largest category of the claims that we used to get. Having been in Kitui, I'm a witness to this, and that's the area I will be relooking at. Tourism as a key sector, I think there was a comment.
Last two were just comments.
Yeah,
Note them
the last
and
two were
say
comments.
you will you'll take that into account, especially what Honorable Koech said.
Yes.
You are the face of our marketing. Tourism earns more money than coffee, than
Yes.
tea, than anything else.
Yes.
Now it is at its lowest. Countries that closed down because of COVID-19 have recovered. Are you going to embark on a vigorous policy to engineer our recovery, to bring back beach tourism, park tourism, conferencing tourism, and everything else? That's what these members want to know from you.
Yes, Honorable Chairman, I will be bringing on board a robust strategy to ensure that our white beaches in coast are in operation, our new niches in the area of adventure, sports, and even homestays that are coming aboard to exploit the area of immersion in terms of experiences will be exploited. So I want to assure this...
Honorable Speaker. Chair. I didn't want to interfere with the nominee, but I think you as chair was just like a comment, you know,
Yes.
like a positive comment, which maybe the nominee would have really appreciated. That is a good comment that she will follow, unless maybe if she's approved, Honorable Chair. I look at that one as a comment rather than a question. She's going to answer a question which it was not asked.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I've noted that and I appreciate.
Thank you, Penina. Time is up, as you can see. I'll give you 3 minutes to tell us your final wish, why you think you are suitable, and why this committee should recommend you for appointment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of this vetting committee. I want to appreciate the chair and the committee members for engaging me in this learning experience. It is my hope that this committee will find it worthy to approve me to this docket, and I want to assure you that I will quickly internalize the policies and the legislation on tourism, wildlife, and heritage. And I want to assure this vetting committee that I will raise the numbers from the currently number that we have below 1 million as we recover to the dream of this country and the capacity of this country. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Penina. You are now released. You can go back to your other duties. Sergeant, bring us on Mr. Zakaria Mwangi Njeru.
Chal nade? Chal ka gimi hum kaka ng'iyo sim gi pacha te? Kiki hum ahinya. En mana ni asebedo e story ahinya. Mana kaka rally manyochacha ne chal ka gima ne an kanyo kane otimo. Kendo kane iyawo chiro manyien ne chal ka gima ne an kanyo. Sama ne imiyo welo mapacho ka nengo mogonyore nam chumbi ne antie. In bende inyalo bedo e story kamora mora. Download mana Citizen Digital.
Bed iyo ng'ala manyime gi weche manyien ka gi tuch kod gik mamoko ka gi timore kwedo pugre pachoka kod pinje ma oko. Download Citizen Digital. Citizen Digital.
Enjoy View Travel affordable holiday packages. Kenya's #1 travel agent and online booking platform, View Travel offers wide variety of local flights, hotels, transfers, holidays, activities, and so much more. Whether traveling as a family, couples, chama, church groups, friends, or even going for trips to Mombasa, Diani, Malindi or Watamu, Masai Mara, Naivasha, Nakuru, or staycation in Nairobi. Call 0703-254-254. This is Kenya. Dream, explore, discover. Powered by Citizen TV.
Mashabiki chungu nzima wanaendelea kushinda bonuses nononono kwa Shabiki Jackpot Mbao.
Kwa majina naitwa Peter Masinde, nimeshinda 1 million kwa Jackpot Mbao bonus. Nimefurahi sana kwa kushinda hii bonus. Hii pesa nitaitumia kwa kununua shamba na kulipia watoto school fees. Na wahimiza wagazi wa Busia waendelee kushiriki hii kitu, si ya uongo, ni kitu ya ukweli.
Bonuses are for 10, 11 and 12 correct predictions. Join the bonus movement. Cheza Shabiki Jackpot Mbao kwa kutuma neno SJM kwa 29063 na huenda ukajishindia zaidi ya shilingi milioni 20 kila wiki. Shabiki Jackpot Mbao, the easiest jackpot in Kenya. Not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Play responsibly. Shabiki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416. Shabiki.com.
Ng'ama miyo ong'eyo ber mar tim makare kaka math mokinyi manigi ndhadhu kendo milimili kod Blue Band pile ka pile opong'e gi omega 3 kod omega 6 gi teko madwarore. Math mokinyi gi Blue Band, dongruok maggi makare pile ka pile.
To assess your suitability to hold office to which the President has nominated you. You have been nominated to the docket of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. The committee will have an engagement with you for 90 minutes, where after our introductions, we'll guide you on how the proceedings will go. The chair of the committee is the Speaker of the National Assembly, yours truly. I'll ask members to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
My name is Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and also Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
Thank you. Wandai.
Yes, my name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Owen Bayer, MP Kilifi North.
Pleasure. And my name is Robert Mbui, MP for Kadhiani.
My name's Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County, Republic of Kenya.
Thank you.
I'm George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Ukoni Tharaka Nithi. I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you.
And my name is David Kosing, MP for Pokot South, West Pokot County.
My name is Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP for North Imenti, Meru County, and a member of this committee.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni, a member of this committee.
Nelson Arap Koech, member of this committee.
Yeah, Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Dido Raso, MP Saku, Marsabit County.
Abdi Shurie, Member of Parliament, Balambala, Garissa County.
Mary Emase, MP Teso South, Busia County.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu, Machakos County.
David Kikaria, Nakuru Town East, and maybe Chair, I need to declare my interest. The nominee before me, before the committee, is my constituent. But that will not attract any favor from my side. I will do my work as a committee member as I should. Thank you, Chair.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Thank you. Now the clerk to introduce your team.
Sitting in for the clerk.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Majority, introduce yourself.
Mani Shonga, MP Kikuyu.
Sitting in for the acting clerk, I'm Florence Satenya Bonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and other select committees. With me is Mr. Michael Karuru to my left, Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is a team of officers from the committee secretariat. Okay, thank you.
Can you introduce yourself? The record.
My name is Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Mr. Zachariah Mwanginjeru, we are going to of your colleagues coming after you. In this engagement, we want to encourage absolute decorum. When you ask a question, answer it clearly, precisely, concisely. Usitupe story mingi yenye haijaulizwa. When you answer questions, you answer through the chair, and also members are asking questions through the chair. Questions will be largely focused on your suitability or otherwise to occupy the office to which the President has nominated you to occupy. Members will ask you questions. I expect you to answer them. Before we start, I'll give you about 10 minutes or less to tell us the journey of your life. Zakaria Mwanginjeru ni nani, up to where you are sitting before this committee. We also encourage you to keep within the rules of the House, where we're saying members and the nominee should not engage in any personal exchanges, and so on and so forth. Before we start, to give you time to speak, we need to confirm from you a few things, whether you have, do you have your tax clearance certificate from KRA?
Yes, I have.
You'll show the clerks the originals after I have gone through the list. Okay. Do you have your Higher Education Loans Board clearance?
Yes, I have.
Do you have a clearance from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I have.
Do you have a certificate of good conduct from the DCI?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been charged and convicted in a court of law?
No.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other country?
I'm a citizen of Kenya, not any other country.
You don't hold a passport of any other country?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any parliamentary committees?
No, Chairman.
Have you associated yourselves with any practices that depict you as biased, favoritism, nepotism in the discharge of public duties?
No, Mr. Chairman.
At a personal level, what is your net worth in terms of personal fortune?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am worth approximately 80 million.
8 or 80?
80.
80.
80, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Made up as?
I have my residence where I stay. I also have, Mr. Chairman.
In Nairobi?
No, in Nakuru.
In Nakuru.
In Nakuru. I also have various parcels of land, and also I have invested in various investment groups and circles. So that's where I get my earning from, Mr. Chairman.
Right. I'll give you the opening opportunity. 10 minutes. If you take less, the better. To tell us who is Zakaria Mwangi Njeru.
Thank you, Chairman. As you've correctly mentioned, my name is Zakaria Mwangi Njeru. I am married with children, and I'm also a grandfather. Mr. Chairman, I was born and raised in Kivumbini Estate, which is within Kivumbini Ward, Nakuru East Sub-County, which is in Nakuru County. I started my education journey at Bondeni Primary School, which is also within Kivumbini Ward. Then I proceeded to Nakuru Day Secondary School, which is also in Nakuru East Sub-County. Thereafter, I went to Nyandaro High School for my A-levels. After my A-levels, Mr. Chairman, I was admitted at Moi University, where I pursued a bachelor's degree in information sciences. I enrolled for a master's degree, a master's program degree in public management and administration. And I was also privileged, Mr. Chairman, to undertake a senior management and strategic leadership program at Kenya School of Government. Mr. Chairman, I started my working career in 2008 as a sales administrator at DT Dobi, Nakuru. Thereafter, Mr. Chairman, I joined Medson Insurance Company, where I started my 9 years journey in that industry. Later on, Mr. Chairman, I got engaged as a regional manager in charge of the entire Rift Valley with Blue Shield Insurance Company. Mr. Chairman, in 4 years, I rose from a business development executive to a regional manager, and thus is testament to my hard work in a very competitive industry. Mr. Chairman, I was privileged to be nominated as a councillor at the defunct Municipal Council of Nakuru. In that role, Mr. Chairman, I chaired the Public and General Purpose Committee, and I also chaired the Public Health and AIDS Committee. That is where I began my over 10 years career in the public service. In 2015, from 2015, Mr. Chairman, I've been a sub-county administrator at the county government of Nakuru. My experience, Chairman, in both public and private sector has fully equipped me with skills that have made me ready to tackle this Herculean task ahead of me. Mr. Chairman, I have led teams to achieve targets in within timelines and with restrained resources. Mr. Chairman, over the years, I have taken myself as a team leader and as a go-getter. And that's what, Mr. Chairman, has made me do well in whichever areas that I have engaged in. It's also good to let you know, Mr. Chairman, that Kivumbini Estate is a slum. And I'm telling people that I'm a good example of what the bottom up portrays. Mr. Chairman, that is Zakaria Mwanginjero.
Thank you, Zakaria. I'll open up to the
Good for the position of Cabinet Secretary for Lands. As you know, lands is Kenya's biggest resource. What is your understanding of what ails the land sector in Kenya, and what do you believe needs to be done in order to overcome those challenges? You must have had the conversations with lawyers upon our land system being collapsed into one land system, the changes that are going on in the Registered Land Acts and the previous land system. So we'd like to understand your understanding and your strategies. It's very important. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Because I didn't introduce myself, my name is Kimani Shongwa, MP Kikuyu. Sorry, I did. I did, sorry. Mr. Njeru, you have heard of Embakasi Ranching Company in Nairobi. And I've gotten very many texts on my phone from people who are looking for a cabinet secretary who will have the zeal and the determination to sort out the issue of Embakasi land buying company. Maybe that is by way of comment, but my question on land is the land fragmentation. I would want to hear what you intend to do or what your plan is on the question of land fragmentation, especially where we are seeing a lot of good arable land for food production is being subdivided into plots of 30 by 66 or 33 by 66. Now it's come down from 40 by 80 to 33 by 66 for housing, and where that sits vis-a-vis the Kenya Kwanza agenda on housing. What's your view on that question of land fragmentation, and how you'd utilize your housing docket, since your ministry now encompasses both land and housing, to sort out the issue of land fragmentation? Thank you, Chair. I think that's what I have for now.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Wanda.
May I?
Go ahead, go
okay.
ahead. It's a sequence.
Yes, Mr. Njeru, I've been trying to reconcile your background, both in academics and professional, with the fact that you've been nominated to lead this very vast and crucial docket of lands, housing, and urban development. And I don't seem to succeed in that reconciliation. Firstly, from this background of yours, which appears to suggest that you have got a fairly limited worldview. Of course, from DTW's insurance, and then County Council of Nakuru, and ward administrator. What competencies, what skill sets, what experience are you bringing on the table to be able to deal with this very complex docket in these very challenging times in our country? Secondly, in my search, because I tried to do some due diligence, I came across some matter here in the Court of Appeal, Civil Appeal number 9 of 2012. If it's not you, fine. But if it is you, it'll help us understand what it's all about. Zakaria Mwanginjeru, appellant, versus Joseph Wachira Kanoga, the respondent. This is a matter that was adjudicated upon and the judgment entered into on the 26th of June 2014 by Justice J. Wakiaga. In this matter, it appears that you are found to have caused a serious road accident which occasioned serious injuries under some very unclear circumstances. Could that have been informed by your poor judgment, poor sense of judgment, or some kind of problem that we may not have been aware of, or the appointing authority may not have been aware of? Please help us understand more about it. Thank you.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Chair. First, at the end of the introduction by the nominee, he mentioned the words that is what bottom-up portrays. I would like him to clarify that because I really didn't get that. But having said that, when the Kibaki administration came into office, there was a lot of excitement, and they came up with a banner that obviously said, "Land grabbers beware." And you remember that land grabbers, in fact, returned a lot of title deeds that they had illegally acquired, including a lot of parcels along the procession away from State House to Uhuru Park. Now, I want you to tell us, how will you deal with those individuals that have grabbed or bought public land and put up investments, hotels, apartments, and other very expensive investments on those properties that belonged to the Kenyan people? How will you handle that in that docket? Thank you.
Yes, Zakaria, you can answer those, respond to those four.
Thank you very much.
Then we'll take another batch.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'll start with the last question from Honorable Mbui. When I talk of bottom-up, Mr. Chairman and honorable members, I know you will all agree, and this is a question that most people are asking: who is Zakaria Mwanginjeru? So what I mean here, Mr. Chair, is that the bottom-up appreciates that people who are not known, people who are not in the limelight, can also be nominated to various positions. Two, about the issue of land grabbing, I believe the government works with what I call R squared, P squared. Rules, regulations, process, and procedure. If we have individuals who have titles and they never followed proper process to acquire those pieces of land, then as a CS, I'll make sure that those titles are possessed back. So it's just a matter of how those titles were acquired. If they were not acquired procedurally, then I will treat them as papers. Now, the other question was skills and competence to deal with my docket. From my introduction, I have indicated that I have experience in both public and private sector.
Chair, this side. Point of order.
Yes, Daud.
The nominee has just mentioned, answering Mheshimiwa Mbui, that he will treat those titles as just papers. Is he certain that he will just treat it as papers without going to court? Because as far as I know, only a court of law can cancel a title and not the minister. So can he explain to us more on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Chair. On a further clarification on my side.
Yes, Mole.
I've just heard the nominee, as he responds to Honorable Mbui, say that if he look at those title deeds and they were acquired in a manner which is not right, he will cancel or he look them as a paper. Are you not contradicting the appointing authority, which just pronounced themselves the other day that they will be looking on a way to negotiate on such lands?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I said that, I really didn't mean that I will shred. What I said is that, to me, we, as a ministry, will take the necessary legal actions to prove that those titles are not legit. We know, Mr. Chairman, we have so many double allocations. We have titles that have been generated away from where they're supposed to be. So what I'm saying, Chairman, is that we'll make sure we go through all those titles, and those that are found not to be legitimate, then we'll take proper legal action. About the accident of 2022, Mr. Chairman, that's something that had escaped escaped me. It's true, I had an accident, and what I want to assure these members and through the chair is that actually I was coming from the graduation of my wife from Meru, and then past Nyanyuki, somebody who just crossed the road, and that accident occurred. Thank you.
Accident of 2022.
Yes.
He talked about
2012. 2012. Sorry.
Yes. 2012. About a case of 2012.
You haven't answered my first question.
Which one?
On the competencies, skill sets, and experience we are bringing to bear.
Yes.
On this very docket.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I said I am a team player. I said I'm a go-getter. Mr. Chairman, I know I'll be working with qualified and competent personnel within the ministry, and I'm sure with them, my work as a cabinet secretary will be to offer leadership, to come up with policies which will be implemented by the people I'll be working with. I'm a quick learner, Mr. Chairman, and I know I'll be able to catch up and offer the leadership that is needed in that ministry.
Chair, on a point of order, maybe because I can see the nominee struggling to explain his skill set. What the Honorable Pio probably is asking, you have a bachelor's degree in information sciences.
Yes.
In view of the digitization program and processes that at the Lands Ministry,
yes,
how does that sit with your skills? Do you have the relevant skills?
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to explain a bit about this course, information sciences. Information sciences is divided into 4 fields: information technology, archives and records management, library science, and publishing and book trade. Mr. Chairman, I have the IT skills, and more so, I specialized in records and archives management. And I believe what we really need most, especially at the State Department of Land, is proper records and archives management. And those skills, Mr. Chairman, I'll take them to that department.
Good. Next batch, Mishi, Daud, Osing, Rahab. Had you raised your... Okay, I'll come to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. To the nominee, in this country, we have been hearing so many reports in terms of land issues. The Ndungu report, the Kriegler report, the Waki, the TGRC report. All these reports have come strongly because of historical land injustices. And even one of the reasons why we created National Land Commission was because of historical land injustices. So far, the previous regime have done little to address this issue. I don't know how different you are going to do in collaboration with National Land Commission to ensure that this issue has been addressed. The other thing I want to talk about, we have seen a lot of cases of fraud in terms of land. There's so many petitions lying in the Bunge right now. I've been in the Committee of Land for the 5 years. We have so many petitions, we have so many inquiries, and so many issues regarding land. One of the issues or the option which the previous regime opted to do to ensure that at least they minimize land fraud was the issue of digitization of the land registry process and also digital titling. I don't know whether the Kenya Kwanza government will still proceed on this option, and if they are going to do so, for how long will Kenyans realize this process, shifting from the analog going to digital, so that at least we can have some efficiency? I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before I ask my questions, there is this CV in Mr. Mwangi's in the folder. I just want him to maybe later to tell us where it says salary remuneration, you have written negotiable. 2015 to date, you're still doing your master's. It's now 7 years down the road. Because I've done master's, I know it finished in 2 years. PhD is what is allowed 9 years. So I'm wondering how long will this master's will you finish? The other thing is the past employment you have quoted. I've been a councillor myself, and you were a councillor. No, I was elected, you were nominated. But after 2007, when you were regional manager for Blue Shield, during your councillorship, because even mayor is there, we still had our own businesses or we were working. So were you just a councillor completely without doing anything else? You have not quoted that. Now let me come to my question. In Kenya, we've got many, many informal settlements, and some settlements do not have even title deeds. Like mine in Meru, Shauri Yako. I'm not telling Shauri Yako, it's Shauri Yako. So, and there are informal settlements where we need, like Kibra, Mukuru Kwajenga, Majengo in Meru, Nairobi, and others in Mombasa, and all over the country, Mjini, Salama. What plan, if you do make it to the ministry, do you think you will have a slum upgrading project for those informal settlements, and what will be the result of the other housing which will be there in the counties as well? How will you do with the counties? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee, again, I'm David Kosing, MP for Pokot South in West Pokot County. And Mr. Chair, this is a very fundamental ministry, monumental and controversial ministry. A lot of issues. I wanted to prepare your mind on that one. And I saw the president moved housing from transport. It used to be in transport. And I used to chair a transport committee in Parliament. So it moved from transport to housing now, and lands and housing. And he went on to say he will be going on to do affordable housing, which is a very crucial thing in this country in terms of providing housing for the people of Kenya. Mr. Chair, my reading is, and I want to ask the nominee, how that housing, and it was there in last government, but mainly that housing will only benefit the urban people, urban centers, towns, and maybe the low end will be municipalities. Most of us and myself, I represent rural constituencies. So what will it be for the rural people if this house finds you fit to approve you for this position? What will it be for the rural? Or shall we be then dividing our country into serving the urban people and forgetting the rural people? So what do you think will be housing for the rural people? Thank you, Chair.
It was Meshi, Aoud, Posing, Mukami. Mukami, not. I thought I saw you. But you can surrender to Ferdinand as your name.
No, I can't, Chair.
You can't.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee Mwangi, congratulations. I want to confess that I know you. I met you many years back, and you are reaching where you are today. It's not an easy task.
Thank you.
Now, I want to ask you one question. I'm sure you are familiar with Kenya Kwanza manifesto, and you know one of our agenda is affordable housing. What are some of the incentives you plan to put in place to make housing more affordable in line with Kenya Kwanza? The other thing is about the mortgage. Because I am sure, and I saw our President William Samoei Ruto the other day in Mukuru, Kayava, because we want to make sure that those poor people who are living in slums like you, what are we going to do to make sure that they'll be able to take mortgages and pay those houses? Thank you.
Can I answer those one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with the last one from Honorable Mukami. It's true, I know about the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, especially on affordable housing. The incentives that I'll come up with, although they're still there, I will only try to make sure that they are hastened, is that I will engage the public-private partnership, which is already there. What I will do, Mr. Chairman, is to make sure that we get more of PPPs. And as a government, we also try to give incentives to those PPPs so that the construction of houses is less expensive. Once those houses are less expensive, then it will mean the low-income earners will be able, Mr. Chairman, to afford. Two, as a government also, we will give incentives in terms of infrastructure. When developers come, we give them the horizontal, what you would call horizontal infrastructure, that is roads, sewer, water, electricity, and all that. And where possible, Mr. Chairman, we also provide land. Once we do that, it will mean that the cost of coming up with those houses will actually be affordable. Mr. Chairman, also, there is this concept of rent to own. This is something that, Mr. Chairman, we are going to encourage, so that the same amount of money they pay for the rent, the same money will be paid to own the house as mortgage. On the issue of mortgage, it is true this has become a problem and very costly, but we engage through KMRC, that is Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company. We try and facilitate that government agent to have more funds through pension funds. We can talk to the pension funds so that they can also help us come up with a fund that developers and financial institutions will be getting money from. Rural housing problem from Honorable Poxi. It's a bit difficult to pronounce. Yes, of course, we have the Rural Housing Loan Fund, and which is actually it's managed by National Housing Corporation. So this is to make sure that the rural people know about it. Then we come up with the modern technology to facilitate the rural people to come up with houses which are decent and with less cost. Thinking of like in Kisii, Nyamira, mostly they build houses using blocks, and we have the hydroform machines, which, Mr. Chairman, are portable, meaning in a village they can be taken to so many areas where the raw materials is available. You use less cement, and the technology is not complicated. One that will create employment to the rural young people, and that way, Mr. Chairman, rural people also benefit from decent and affordable good housing. Masters, I'm going to Mheshimiwa the word. It's true, I enrolled in 2015 for my masters, but I have a long history and story, Mr. Chairman, as to why I've not been able to graduate. Actually, the only part remaining is my thesis. The rest I've done, but due to some situations, I'm unable to do that. But that is work in progress. I'll clear that soon. Informal settlement, slums upgrading and all that. Mr. Chairman, it's true we have, due to influx of rural urban settlement, we have come up with informal settlements and slums. And one thing I'll do once this committee approves me to go to this ministry, I will support programs that are geared towards improving the lives of people living there. We have programs like KISIP, Kenya Informal Settlement Improved Programs. We have the KENSAP, Kenya Slum Upgrading Program. These programs, once they are supported, they play a big part in making sure that people living in those slums and informal settlements live a decent life. Also, the government should formalize, because once we should agree that most of these informal settlements, it's hard to get them away from that. So it's for the government. I will come up with programs which will upgrade In terms of infrastructure, we come up with good roads, we provide sewer and all that. So that is something which is doable, and Mr. Chairman, I will strive to do that.
Thank you. Before I take another batch, did you answer the question from Ichungo about Embakasi ranching?
And he didn't answer mine as well, Chair.
Yes.
Of title deeds. And Honorable Mishi.
Yes.
Title deeds.
It's good, Zakaria, if you write the questions, yes, then you answer them.
All right, thank you. From Honorable Ishongwa, it's true I've heard about the Embakasi ranching scheme. Mr. Chairman, this is something that has been ongoing for long, and I promise once I am in office, Mr. Chairman, if approved, to take this docket. This is something I know it's a hot issue, and I promise to look at it and see how far it has gone. I promise to handle that once I'm in office.
Yes. We'll take the next batch.
There was also, Chairman, the issue of digitization. There was a issue of title. It's true, Mr. Chairman, the issue of digitization was raised by Honorable Mishi, and it is something that has started. I know there are people who might not be happy with it, Mr. Chairman, but when coming up with any new system, there are issues that stand out which don't necessarily please people. But at the end of the day, automation is the way to go. Digitization is the way to go. The hiccups which have been there, Mr. Chairman, I promise once I'm there, I'll do system audit, see where we are not right, and once that is done, Mr. Chairman, it will be the easiest way to do things, especially in the lands registry. So mine is to say that the process has begun. I know there are hiccups, but I promise to look into it after doing a system audit. Thank you very much.
We'll have Owen Bayer, Ferdinand.
Honorable Speaker, a very sensitive question has been missed in terms of answering me. The issue of the historical land injustices. I've talked about the reports. I was expecting to hear from the nominee that this is what he's going to do. Maybe we'll come up with a bill to ensure that the historical land injustices issue can be addressed, or maybe he's going to look on these reports and what will be a way forward from the Kenya Kwanza government. Because Kenya Kwanza government, during your campaign, you pledge a lot of things in terms of land, especially in the Rift Valley and Coast region. So we want to hear on that. Please, excuse me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's true, there have been reports concerning land injustices in Kenya. We've had commissions, TGRC, we have had the Ndungu report, we have so many reports. Mine is to assure the Honorable Member, Mr. Chairman, that I will not sit on those reports. We'll go through them as a ministry and take appropriate action. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Owen, Ferdinand, Murugara, Amisi, Raso.
Thank you, Speaker and Chairperson. Mr.
So ask one question each.
Okay. Zakaria, nice to meet you here. The reason why the ministry has not succeeded, because I have been part of the Lands Committee in this Parliament for the last 5 years, is conflict between the National Lands Commission and the ministry. And this has impeded progress in both the National Lands Commission and the ministry. I'll ask more of an aptitude question. What is the one distinction between the ministry and the NLC, and where do they meet? So that we are aware that you can actually steer the land docket very, very well. And also, Mr. Speaker and Chair, officers in the Ministry of Lands have also been one of the greatest impediments and have created squatters left hand and right because they allocate land to themselves instead of, especially in settlement schemes, instead of giving to the people. And the issue that Mishi is raising, the HLI, the historical land injustice question, is a big issue. And the Kenya Kwanza, I think the president has pronounced himself that he is going to buy land and give to the squatters. But if ministry officials and big people in this country are always the beneficiaries of these schemes, how are you going to put a stop and ensure that land goes to the people? But what is the biggest distinction between the Ministry of Lands and the National Lands Commission? If you understand that, then I think I'll vote for you.
Ferdinand, I'll vote for you. You will not. Zakaria.
Point of order, Chair.
No, Zakaria, no, that's not important.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Mole.
I want to urge members, please, we still have the latitude to say that. He's a nominee. We are here to vet. Please.
It's just joking. Come on. Zakaria, I want to take you right to the rural area, particularly where I come from and where most members of parliament come from. We have this family. You have a family of maybe 10 boys. No, not 5 boys for that. That say from a rural area where I come from. Those are the boys in the family. And you have land, say 30 acres of land. Then, of course, along the time, you subdivide that land according to the, as a boy gets married, you supply, there's no jobs, you subdivide until there's no more land to subdivide. Out of 30, maybe I'm now left with 5 acres. What are you going to do if you become a minister to be able to stop this? Because I'm taking this, I had a chance to go to South Africa, and we drove from Johannesburg to the West, Orange Free State. And what we were seeing is that families are now living in the villages and leaving part of the land for cultivation. And I think if you remember, maybe most people here are not there, Mzee Nyerere, the president of the Republic of Tanzania at one time, talked about Vijiji wa Jamaa, where people stay in the villages and leaving the area for cultivation. The problem today, 20 years to come, if we just leave it like that, we will not have land for cultivation. What will your ministry do if we put it there as a minister for lands?
George Morugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, I think we need a clarification from him regarding the case and the accident he talked about. And he has said he used to work with Madison in insurance, which means he knows about subrogation. That after the accident, did you report to your insurance company? Did they take over the defense of your case? And therefore, what is appearing today should only be your name. But the real defendant is the insurance company, the appellant. That you need to clarify so that nobody says you got court cases hanging all over, and we've actually let that pass. Number 2, title deeds are sacrosanct. They are not mere pieces of paper. Whichever way they are, and my 2 questions relate to title deeds, whichever way. Number 1, my constituents, Tharaka, half of the constituency is not titled. And that is very unusual, especially for a constituency from the Mount Kenya region. Will it be your policy that in the next 5 years, areas where citizens do not have title deeds are actually given title deeds because of what we have said about them? The converse of that, in the same Tharaka, in some areas, we have residents who live on land where they have no titles themselves. But other people, absentee, possibly because of their positions, actually have titles over those lands. The scenario is we have people, the locals, who live on the land without titles, and absentees who have titles but have no land. What is your position, or what will be your policy as regards solving such matters in the most expeditious manner, so that these citizens are also able to live with the title deeds in respect of the land?
Missy.
Thank you.
Yeah, the TGRC report, a very comprehensive report, sought to address these historical land injustices in this country once and for all, and especially on ownership. Ownership of this land in this country is as some kind of unfairness where people just have large tracts of land idle. If you fly, I don't know if you've flown to Europe, if you are landing, you will see from above large fields of agricultural land and a patches of residential, so that land is left for agriculture. In fact, it is given to only individuals who can do agriculture. And if you can't do, the government does. Then the rest of the small fields is left for, for residential, like towns. If you come to Kitale, very arable land that was even sought by the white settlers, it is full of gated communities now. Now people have nowhere to, you can't get large tracts of land now in Kitale, and in so many more places. I don't know, you are coming in at, land issue is emotive, and we want serious, serious progressive changes that is even going to disturb the stubborn status quo. Those even who have the land, even the appointing authority, you need to face them in the eye and tell this is wrong, and they do the right for the country.
Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Njeru, if the House approves your nomination, you will be occupying one of the largest dockets in the land, where you will be addressing the issue of land. Land is a major factor of production, and I come from the arid and semi-arid lands, and I represent almost 70% of the landmass of Kenya. While the people might be few, but actually they are the owners of the largest tracts of land. The problem is, this land does not belong to them because they do not have any titles and there is no ownership. So many will believe it's just vast land, but they are the owners, the inhabitants, the customary owners. My first question to you is, what is your belief or philosophy on the community land, and what measures are you likely to put in place for operationalization of Article 63 of the Constitution? A subsidiary question is on boundary. A lot of altercations between communities, even in those agriculture areas, is about boundary. More so, it is more attenuated or even more pronounced in the ASAL areas between different warring communities. What is your belief on boundary? And in case you are faced with a situation, what are you likely to go about in doing to make sure that issue of boundaries are eventually resolved in the life of the Hasla government that is likely to be there, I think, for the next 20 years? Thank you, Chair.
I think you can proceed to answer those questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue of boundaries among communities, that's true, it has been an issue in our country. And as a ministry, Madam Chair, we will make sure that proper demarcation is done by involving the locals themselves. I believe that once we involve people, groups which are in conflict, if you bring together and facilitate talks and negotiations, I know most of these boundary problems among those communities without any interference will come to an end. My philosophy in community land, it's very unfortunate that people claim to own land, yet they don't have that security of tenure, which is a title. I promise that once this committee approves my nomination, some of these issues I will handle properly and make sure that people are proud to own the land that they say is theirs. There's no way land will be yours when you don't have that security of tenure, which is title. Maybe I just mention on my accident. It's true, when I got being an insurer, I know the processes that one has to do. Once you engage in any accident, the first thing is to report to the police and to the insurance company. So that was actually handled purely by the insurance company that had insured me. About titles, it's also unfortunate that people with big land and maybe even their absentee landlords have titles in Tharaka and many other parts of this country, while the hustlers, the people who actually are the majority, can't claim ownership of the parcels of land they live in. I am promising that once I get into the office, those are some of the teething issues that I will handle, because with the title, people are able even to acquire funds to advance and do other things. So that one thing I'm promising you, Mr. Chair, that once I get into office, this is something that I will handle. About the subdivision of land, I know there is a national spatial plan, and it's for 30 years. I think it was it came into place in 2015 and supposed to run up to 2045. This national spatial plan is meant to organize and integrate planning nationally. So with this, I will work hand in hand with county governments to make sure that their physical department also, whatever they do at the county levels, conforms with what the National Spatial Plan says. That way, we'll be able to have areas set for farming and other areas set for settlement. Conflict between the National Lands Commission and the ministry. I know the purpose of the National Lands Commission is to handle issues to do with historical injustices, and also to be able to handle public land. I know there have been conflicts, but I believe the best way to handle this situation is to have a conversation because at the end of the day, we are there to serve Kenyans. So once we sit down, talk, we will agree to disagree, and finally we'll come up with gray areas and see how best we can sort out those problems. And because at the end of the day, there's no competition. We are all serving the same Wanjiko. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll have the Deputy Speaker, then we'll have Junet, we'll have Naisula and Koech. Yes, Russell.
Thank you, Chair. I think it is polite for honorable members not to remove the tags on their desks.
Yes.
The nominee actually is almost strange to know who is who. It is
And
polite.
that's why I said even when you raise your attention to the chair, raise your tag. I still see some of us raising our hands.
Yeah, but there's a very important thing, Speaker. You know, some of us are short. And even the chairs, the way they are, they sink you. Yours is better. Our sinkers. So when you put here, nobody sees me. So I asked my colleague, Honorable Murugara, who is my lawyer, to remove his, and he did. So let him not return, Honorable Speaker. We can't see. Thank you, sir.
In that order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Njeru, I know you were at the Lands Office yesterday. Was it yesterday?
Yes.
And you went, looked around.
Yes.
As many lawyers will tell you in Nairobi, we've had great difficulty with the Lands Office. Conveyancing matters are not moving at all. One, because all the Nairobi registry files were taken to the 10th floor of Ardhi House and are being manned by KDF and NIS. So the question is, did you manage to go to the 10th floor yesterday when you were there? Did Farida Karonei tell you why those files were moved to the 10th floor to the exclusion of the professionals in the Lands Office that have been doing it for years and years? Have they told you how they plan to undertake the handing over of those files from KDF, which is irregular, to you if you do get approved by this committee? And also, did she explain to you why she started an haphazard movement of files from the Nairobi Central Registry to the counties without having any archives in the counties and without having sufficient staff members in the counties? So actually what I expected you to tell us when you come here today is how you're going to deal with the crisis that she has created.
Chairman.
Jeanette.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, what I wanted to ask the nominee is something that has really, or something that I was unable to understand for many years. Chair, in the registry, there is the National Land Registry at Ardhi House. And then there was district land registries. The question that I'm unable to understand, my father owns land in Migori. I don't know why that land is registered in Nairobi Land Registry. I don't know why. Every time he's traveling from there, coming with the money, with the transport, all the way to Nairobi to do search, to do all that kind of thing. Why is land in Mandera or land in Kisumu registered in Nairobi Land Registry? And I think that is the basis of land grabbing in Kenya. Somebody somewhere here in Nairobi, from independence up to now, wants to control the whole land of Kenya from Nairobi, so that he can choose which one to steal, which one not to steal, which one to leave for the public there. Me, I think that matter should be addressed. If I buy a piece of land in Migori or in Kakamega, I should be able to register my land in Kakamega, and I should get my title in Kakamega. I don't need to be told, come to Nairobi to get your title, and then you start running from one floor, ground floor, up to 10th floor, 15th floor, 12th floor in Ardhi House. So Banasias, the nominee, please tell me why land in Migori is registered in Nairobi.
If shall I go first?
Yes, go.
Okay, thank you. If you look at I'm here, Banazak. If you look at the left, I'm right here.
Okay.
It will be helpful also if you look at the light.
Okay, all right.
It will come on. If you look at manifesto, the plan, the Kenya Kwanza administration has a plan of improving our mortgage from 30,000 people per year to about 1 million. By the way, this will really ease the problem of land in Nairobi. It doesn't make sense why a piece of an acre in Upper Hill will go to almost $1 billion now, yet we can improve on our mortgage. If you can just tell this committee what are the plans that the Kenya Kwanza administration have on how to improve that mortgage from 30,000 to 1 million.
Thank you, Chair. And to the nominee, the immediate previous regime had a deliberate and intentional program called the National Titling Program under the leadership of His Excellency the President, former President Uhuru Kenyatta. And it was a deliberate move to see that parts of this country where people did not own titles actually have titles. As it has clearly been said, owning a title is a means of production. It helps in so many things. I cannot underscore the importance of it. And there's a lot of work that is pending in some of the counties that the program had started. I would like to know whether you have such plans to continue with the work that was started, and whether the Kenya Kwanza is willing to continue with the program, because for the first time in Samburu, women were able to actually own titles. And you might think it's a joke, but Maralal town, only 10 people, 10 people own titles, and the process was ongoing. I just want to know whether there are intentions to continue with the national titling program so that Kenyans can actually own title deeds. And to reiterate on what Honorable Junet has said, there are many, this thing of people having to travel all the way to the headquarters, former headquarters, Nakuru, Nyahururu, Nairobi, to go and deal with matters land. There are registries that are complete. The only thing that is being awaited is the sending of officers, registrar. How fast can this registry be operational to avoid corruption? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of community land, just to ensure that the unregistered community land is registered so that we can safeguard the community land. There's one question a Kenyan has sent me on corruption in the Ministry of Lands. There are so many officers who give good searches for fraudulent land. I mean, I think the most corrupt, and that is what that Kenyan is saying. You go to the Ministry of Lands, you give somebody kitu kidogo, and you get whatever search you need. How will you streamline this, and how will you ensure that those who are caught culpable actually pay for those damages, and action is taken against them?
Master?
Just a point of information.
Yes.
Chair, I just want to warn the minister that nominee for the ministry.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Why warn him?
I just want
caution or warning?
I want to caution. I didn't warn. I want to caution. I didn't say I want to warn him. That it was out of wisdom, and I can tell you, because there's a corrupt in this country. You can imagine if files were at the district level, and they can see today we have problems even at Nairobi. So if the files were at the district levels, the kind of corruption that you'll see, people selling, changing titles here and there, I think it will be worse. So, nominee, you look at it critically and with wisdom, because if you say you remove this and take them to the provincial headquarters or regional headquarters, you will see for yourself the kind of problems you get into.
Point of information.
Let's have a master.
I have the floor. Thank you, Speaker. I think it's tight a little bit on my question, but I want it the answer clearly brought out. One of the major challenges, Mr. Nominee for lands, to proper urban planning and housing is improper planning or lack of it, and inadequate infrastructure to support the population. And this has resulted to poor drainage systems, air pollution, and congestion. If you come to a town like Busia, in fact, most of the times, we get people calling us to ask, it's like I've reached Busia, but where is the town center? So you will appreciate what it means to have proper planning for our urban centers. So what are what will your ministry do if we approve you? What will you do to address these challenges? Thank you.
You can answer those, Zachariah.
Thank you, Mr.
There's
Chairman.
5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll start with the last question.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Would you be fair to tell the Sergeant at Arms to restrain the noises from outside so that the nominee can have some humble time to answer us? Thank you, Chair.
Sergeant, with your team to ensure there's absolute tranquility in here and out there. Proceed, Zachariah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to answer the last, start with the last question of urban planning from Madam
Mary Emase.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, we have the Physical and Lands Use Planning Act that should be put into proper use. Apparently, Mr. Chairman, this act, if not properly done, and basically planning and physical planning is a devolved unit. Hence, what I would do is to make sure that we work together with the counties so that when they are coming up with such planning, physical planning activities, we consult and we bring it to the national spatial plan. Because if we do differently, then it will mean, Mr. Chair, that we'll have so many urban plans that will not be tying with the national spatial plan. So that's just corroborating with the county government, and I'm sure that problem will be sorted out. On corruption in the land docket, this is an issue that many people have been telling me about, and one thing I know, Mr. Chairman, corruption fights back. And I know in the land docket especially, we've had issues that really make work very hard in serving Mwananchi. Once I'm there, Mr. Chairman, I want to promise, and the medicine for this is digitization, but it should be properly done. You know, while I was in school, Mr. Chairman, we used to talk about GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. So whatever you put in that system, is the results, don't expect better results if what is in the system was not good. So what I'm saying here, Mr. Chair, is that once we do the proper audit of that Adisasa platform, I believe that will be the way to go. Many problems and issues that honorable members have raised here is because of that, of the manual system. My take to this, Mr. Chair, is that for any new system to work, you take them together with the old one, parallel, and then once the new one succeeds, then you slowly pull the old one. But it would be not right to start a new system and immediately kill the old one. So we should have that backup, and also still the old system, if there are files, they should be archived just in case in future they will be needed. The other question was on the national from Honorable Junet. It's true. Once we digitize, Mr. Chair, I think it will be very easy now to decentralize the registries, because the problem would be now with the manual kind of system that we have, interfering or interference with those files. It's very easy. But once we digitize, I believe most problems that we are facing in the land docket will be a thing of the past. From Honorable Deputy Speaker, the KDF and NIS, I've heard about it. I can't, NIS, NYS. You'll allow me, Mr. Chair, to handle that once I get into office, because I believe the ministry has competent officers who should be doing this work, because the others belong to some other place. So I will handle that once I'm in the office.
Through the Honorable Chair, with your permission, you were there yesterday.
Yes, I was.
And it was being posted on social media.
Sure.
Why Farida Korone was taking you around.
Yes.
So did she take you to the 10th floor or not?
She took me.
What was happening on the 10th
insisted.
floor? What's happening on the 10th floor? Because Kenyans would like to know, because the rest of us had no access.
Well, there were files, many files, and the information I got is that that's where the process of digitization starts. Before those files are taken to Ruaraka, I was also there. I was taken round, and I am promising the gray areas that we are all aware of will be handled once I'm in office.
So the KDF guys, are they like conveyancing specialists? Or what qualification do they have over and above the normal lands officers?
Mr. Chairman, I've just said, actually I didn't see any people in KDF uniform. So if they are there, then I'll handle that once I am in office. Thank you.
Yes, Jeanette.
Chair, I wanted to seek your indulgence on a matter that has been rampant yesterday in the social media.
Yes.
The issue of nominees who have appeared here, and the committee was done with them, and then they end up reporting to the offices and taking pictures there and being taken around. It's not only him, there are many of them. Chair, this process ends on the plenary of the House. Until you put the question on the floor of the House and the question is passed, they remain nominees. They are not as they have no duty in those ministries.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All nominees coming before this committee remain as such nominees, subject to the report of this committee, presentation to the plenary of the National Assembly, and a vote taken on each and every one of them.
Thank you,
Yes. Excess enthusiasm may not be helpful. Yes, can we have the last batch? Mole, Gikaria, just the two of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this goes to the nominee. I've heard you talk about lands, I've heard you talk about urban development. But there's an issue whereby I want to hear from you, which regards land which was owned by corporate society of our old generation in this country. For example, what Ichungwa started with, the Mbakasi Ranching Cooperative Society, Matungulu Cooperative Society, Kayata Cooperative Society, Koma Ranch Cooperative Society, and many ranching societies and corporates which owned huge chunks of land in this country. And because the other citizens of this country, maybe they are passed on, their generation, some cartels within the Ministry of Land and outside the Ministry of Land have decided to descend on these properties owned by the older generation in this country. I want to hear your view. Are you going to do a mop-up of registry of all the society-owned land in this country and make sure that they benefit the right beneficiaries of those grandpas and grandma who spend a shilling or two to buy that land from the white settlers? I want to hear from you. If you does that, God will bless you forever.
Ikaria.
Thank you, Chair. Mine actually is not it's just a comment, Chair. It's just like when Honorable Soipan came, Sholei gave a good account of Soipan. We were together with the nominee as councillors. And by the time he was being nominated to the seat of finance as a chair, the municipality then, the workers had not been paid for 9 months. And within 1 year, Honorable Chair, Zach Njeru was able to negotiate with banks, and so he's a performer. He can be able to. That's all I'm just trying to say. He's an A student, and he can be able. And I know once given this opportunity, he will be able to perform. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Zakaria, we've come to the end.
Okay.
Answer Mule, then we close.
Okay. Yeah, the issue of cooperative society. Mr. Chair, maybe I will establish, if approved, whether these cooperatives had titles. If not, because I believe maybe those which had no titles are the ones that have been invaded by outsiders. One thing I want to make it so clear, Mr. Chair, is that cartels, if they are working in cahoot with officers in the ministry, I can assure the honorable member that, Mr. Chair, that thing will be handled. I'm going to map up all those cooperative files and make sure that that land remains with the right owners. Thank you.
Mr. Maina, in case you are Njeru, sorry, in case Zakaria Mwangi, in case you are approved for this nomination, several things you need to address. The integrity of the title deed in Kenya. Why would one parcel of land have a title upon another title and a third one upon the first two titles? You have to sort out this. Excessive land fragmentation, especially in high potential agricultural areas, is compromising our food security. Reckless development in mushrooming urban areas without proper planning. No sewage, no roads, no services. You have to address this. The chaotic situation in the lands ministry and lands departments is the cause of all this you are calling cartels, because people thrive in confusion. Throughout the presentation, I've not quite clearly heard what you plan to do to bring sanity to the lands department in the country. I know there are certain issues that will be dealt with county governments, but you'll provide policy direction and you'll be able to engineer what to do with national land. Why do we have a country where people just walk onto public land and own it without any process, and create titles and take them to banks and get loans, and they know the land is not theirs? What are you going to do about this? You've been given a very challenging docket. And like when I asked Andy Chungwa, you must bring new skills, new ideas, and perform better than anybody who has been there before you, to change and give Kenyans hope that when I buy land and I have my title, it doesn't have to become a nightmare that tomorrow I'll find somebody else settling on it and wielding a crude weapon against me when it is my land. What do you say to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's true what you've said is critical, and it's a real sad affair that the ministry...
And don't try ever anywhere say a title deed is a mere piece of paper. Don't ever.
Thank you.
It
Thank
is
you
a
for that
sacrosanct document.
Thank you, Chair, for that correction. What you've said, Mr. Chairman, is it's a sad affair that the institution that has been mandated to offer a very critical document like title and other land-related documents and services has always had problems. My take on this, Mr. Chairman, is that once this committee approves my nomination, I'm going to have a conversation with the staff that work there. Maybe they could be demotivated, but as I said in my introduction, Mr. Chair, I said I'm a team player. But at the same time, I am a go-getter and I'd want things done right. Because if that is not done, then my work and the work of any other person there will be of no use. So my message to them, whom will be working together, is to know that I am a team player, but at the same time, things should be done right. And we should be doing whatever we do with the one aim, making sure that service provision for Wanjiku is mandatory, na sio tafadhali. Thank you, Chair.
Speaker.
Just as you leave, Mr. Njeru, I think as you go, I want you to go look into the issue of the clash between the National Land Commission and the Ministry of Lands. The National Land Commission was established to deal with only public land, which is 5% of the land in Kenya. But now they have, without any legal process, have taken over the management of community land, which is 85%. You also need to look at the issue that the records are with the Ministry of Lands, but the National Land Commission is now creating a parallel records, because if that's not dealt with, that is the only wealth Kenya has, and it's going down the drain. Thank you.
Thank you for
Zachariah, now I give you...
Mr. Speaker, just an rider on what Deputy Speaker said to the nominee.
Yes, Mule.
With all due respect, if this committee approves you, you need to sort out the mess between the lands office and the county land offices, because that's where Kenyans are suffering more because of the confusion of county government and the national government on issues of land management.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zachariah. I now give you 3 minutes to tell us your final wish to this committee.
Thank you very much, Chairman and the members. I want once again to thank the committee for giving me that time to engage and get to know more about me. And also, again, thank His Excellency for giving me this chance to, or rather nominating me to this very Herculean ministry. But my promise to Kenyans is that I will work for you. I know this docket is challenging, but with proper leadership and engagements with wananchi, I know God will never give you a task that you cannot handle. To my colleagues in the ministry, my appeal to you is that we work together with the sole purpose of serving the wananchi. And to people out there, I want to tell you that no matter where you come from, always work hard, pray hard, and mbele itakuwa sawa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zachariah. You are now released to go back to your other duties. Sergeant, you may show the nominee where to live. Make sure if you gave your original documents, you take them back with you. Members, we have for today one more. I'll give you 5 minutes stretch. We start at at 17:51.
Chal nade? Chal ka gimi kaka ng'iyo sim gi pacha te? Kiki ahinya. En mana ni asebedo e story ahinya. Mana kaka rally manyochacha ne chal ka gima ne an kanyo kane otimo. Kendo kane iyawo chiro manyien ne chal ka gima ne an kanyo. Sama ne imiyo welo mapacho ka nengo mogonyore nam chumbi ne antie. In bende inyalo bedo e story kamora mora. Download mana Citizen Digital.
Bed iyo ng'ala manyime gi weche manyien ka gi tuch kod gik mamoko ka gi timore kendo opogore pacho ka kod pinje ma oko. Download Citizen Digital. Citizen Digital.
Collect fare kwa boda au matatu ukitumia ViewPay cashless na uqualify for bima ya 100,000 shillings pamoja na medical cover ya 20k na permanent disability cover ya 100k kwa 5 bob pekee. Dial *236# today to start using ViewPay cashless.
The World Cup fever is here with us. Nani atabeba kikombe? Will it be defending champions France, host country Qatar, 5-time winners Brazil, Lionel Messi's Argentina, ama will it finally go home to England? We already have the games on shabiki.com. Weka prediction yako sahi when the odds are still high on who you think will win the World Cup. Ushinde chapa. Mapema ndio best. Strictly not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Play responsibly. Shabiki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416. Shabiki.com.
Bende ing'eyo ni riwruoge mag saga kata SACCOs nigi ber mathoth kaka hola ma idwaro mapiyo kata emergency loan, hola mar school fees kod hola mag dongruok maduto nyalo yudore mane odiechieng' achiel.
Radio Ramogi, kar chuny jaluo.
Radio Ramogi.
Ngeso kangeso chakre sade kokinyi enseche mag
Wayudo weche mamoro nyithindo kaka talanta,
tuko full time kimaso,
sitendawili koda lunga. Wasase
to chenro ok nyal bedo chenro kaonge
sigana
sigani mamishna
chuo gik moko kod tedo. Turu kodwa ngeso ka wangi
Lox Ponde kata Lox P,
Josephine Achieng kata Josephine Jos kod Ansali Kosgeo Odhiambo kata Kihero Sally the Queen. Wanero ngeso.
Ging'wono mar Nyasaye manyisore e ngimawa kinde ka kinde. Ber ka waduoko nero kamano kod pak. Ma watimo sabato ka sabato chakre saa 2 mar okinyi. Yud gweth kod ngima manyien kuom Kristo kokalo kuom puonj koa kuom jotich Nyasaye.
Sikie lamo, nyis Ruoth Jehova Nyasaye entie gi duoko maber ne ngimani.
E chenro mar Injili ngima e Ramogi TV.
No matter what you're going through, when the clock strikes the hour, you have to chin up and do your thing.
It is people who make you a celebrity.
You see them on TV, online, and listen to them on radio. But do you really know them?
I still can't help but wonder what type of lawyer I'd have made.
From humble beginnings,
We had fun in Dandora. Those estates, A1.
to their success stories,
I've become this highly sought, people calling, my good friend, come, how do you feel?
and their struggle.
Pain of sitting there with your child, asking questions, that pain is just on another level.
Catch this riveting stories of your favorite media personalities on Behind the Mic with me, Cynthia Mwangi, every Friday on Citizen Digital app.
Ma en chenro mar usiku sako wachoro thum mar benga gi ohangla kabiro komakore nyayudo e mbui mar Facebook, Instagram, Twitter @Ramogi TV #Ramogi Night. Mitmaratari owacho ni mitasali pekmeli
watio matek jokanyana nyandwat nyaka milambo.
Luongani DJ Local Instrumental one ma wantie. Luongani Ninja the Entertainer to ma en Ramogi Night.
Ramogi Night, Teacher Beach ka Teacher Beach, Sang'wen otieno.
Nyakoromogi Juang, chenro mar Rupiny biro ni pile ka pile, wuok tich nyaka tich abich, chakre saa 12 nyaka saa 5 onyango, kama wakelo ni weche manyien kod nonro mar gazet.
Wakelonu twak mong'ith, twak magero oganda. Chakre Rupiny, wakelonu jolony ka warango chal mar piny Kenya, kaeto wadonjo nyaka chenro mar mbaka oromo.
Ei mbakano, watude kod reporters magwa e kor gwenge, e counties mopogore opogore ka gimiyowa weche matuch. Magi duto inyalo yudo achiel kachiel e mbui magwa mag Facebook, Twitter kod YouTube. Tudri kodwa an Sharon Ong'ao.
An Cleophas Oluoch.
Kachiel kod an Joyce Oduor. Machiegni nikech ma
en Rupiny.
Ng'ama miyo ong'eyo ber mar tim makare kaka math mokinyi manigi ndhadhu kendo milimili kod blue band pile ka pile opong'e gi omega 3 kod omega 6 gi teko madwarore. Math mokinyi gi blue band, dongruok mag gi makare pile ka pile.
Kapok piny oru, kapok oyaw chiro, jopur ochako odiochieng'gi. Ng'ato ka ng'ato gi gombo mar kelo lokruok.
Wachalo joma timo research mondo mi wakel gik man gi value.
Ma ok odewo kama idake kata gima ipidho.
Pith mar kich en agribusiness.
Riwri kodwa mondo ipuonjri yore pur.
Cover crops inyalo pidho ei puothi mar rabolo no.
Jopur kod chiro mag jopur.
Kendiel ma dende ber ema biro mi market.
Pur gi ohala. Tich adek ka tich adek, saa 1:45 mar odhiambo. Mane Ramogi TV.
Gada sim, tupo side.
Piga loko kula wa achapi. Wa achapi.
Okonyal bedo maber moloyo ka.
Unanipa vigezo na sababu ya kukupenda tu.
E chenro maliet kendo mamit mar ngolo e piny luo duto.
Watmana di mamiyo aparo nyama mani nyote kotieno.
Tudri kodwa mondo iwinj thum maliet.
Chekifala mekam na mezubana na chekia kisubari mambaru ni mekam na meja.
Miel manyasani kod neno jothumbe mihero. Riwri kod jota chenro Lind Ramogi kod DJ Kolo e thum Dagmor. Geso ka ngeso saa 5 otieno. Mane Ramogi TV. Waduogo kendo waikonu chenro maber moloyo. En ngolo nyadiriyo, miel nyadiriyo kod mor nyadiriyo. Yud magi te chenro mopogore opogore. Thum Dagmor, ngeso ka ngeso saa 4 otieno. Tiedero, ngeso ka ngeso saa 11 odhiambo. Ngoma owake, wuok tich nyaka tich abich saa 10 odhiambo. Ramogi Night, tich abich ka tich abich saa 4 otieno. Magi duto mane Ramogi TV. E pewe mag tuke mayiero,
hero mar adhula,
kendo ipako gi ilo. Tudri kod James Opondo, japicha, gi Milton Ochieng Jaka Black e pau tuke. Chieng' ngeso ka ngeso, chakre saa 8 odiochieng' nyaka saa 10. Mane Ramogi TV. Wuond kod andhoga timore pile ka pile, to joma onge ketho ema hinyore ahinya.
Apo mi ywag malidin.
Kata kamano, hera pod riore kendo medo lo.
Aheri ahinya sasa.
Ka joma moko geng'o joma gihero kuom yudo rem.
Ang'o momiyo itimo kamae? Wan wasetimo ni ang'o?
Hera mar anyuola medo mana loyo.
Watekae wan anyuola achiel.
Thapki, wuok tich nyaka ngeso saa 2:15 mar otieno. Mane Ramogi TV.
Weche ng'eny sa matin.
Nyakwa Ramogi.
Kaka jokanyana, ere kaka wadhi gore gi jogi e yor loso mwandu?
Wawinji maler, penjane penjo ma in godo no.
Ng'ato kik iluong ni mwashemewa kapok otimo gimoro ma heshimika. Tini jopiny.
Wang mbui kae ni wacho ni budget idhi somo ok nyal konyo uchumi masani. Koyot mbele kae.
Gimi thuolo mokwongo ne weche mag thieth.
Jowa ok thor lao ohala chik.
To sane makuru chopo kama ginyalo wache gik machando chunygi.
Buch jopiny, tudri gi jalendo Trevor Mbija saa 3 otieno. Mane Ramogi TV. Kik bai. Oganda en kitgi. Joluo bende wan gi kitwa. Wakelo ni luo kitwa gi timbewa. E chenro mar 111 ngeso ka ngeso saa 1:45 mar otieno gi Rabala Kwasi wadgi Rajabu.
Sergeant. Where is the sergeant at arms? Call in the next nominee, Susan Nahumicha Wafula. And honorable members, I've allowed the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, on the basis that we did discuss and agree, to sit in. Dr. Nyikal, you'll have one opportunity only to ask your question. Order, honorable members, the nominees before you. You are Susan Nahumicha Wafula.
Yes, sir, I am.
Will the clerk administer the oath? You have a choice between the Quran, the Bible, and affirmation, depending on your faith.
Bible, sir.
Okay.
Stand up. I, Susan Nahumicha Wafula, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Honorable members, we'll now have our last appearance of the day. I'll start by informing the committee that I know the nominee pretty well. She has worked with me and for me in part of my political work. This will not in any way impede my ability to guide you to vet her and ask questions relating to her nomination. We will introduce ourselves. Dr. Susan, this committee is set up under the standing orders of Parliament, the law relating to appointments, and the Constitution. Its primary duty is to assess your suitability to hold the office to which the President has nominated you, that is to be the Cabinet Secretary for Health. You will interact with this committee for 90 minutes. They'll ask you questions or make comments about you, your work, and even your life, if they know anything about it. The proceedings are not adversarial. You are encouraged to answer questions through the chair, and members will routinely ask questions through the chair. We will introduce ourselves to you. The chair is yours truly, the Speaker of the National Assembly. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker, and upon introduction, I want to inform the House that apart from the members of the committee, we have allowed in one member as a friend of the committee, the Dr. Nyikal, member for Seme in Kisumu County, who has a rich history of having been a doctor, a DMS, a PS Health, but above all, he commands tremendous respect from both sides of the House in his conduct as a member.
Good evening, Dr. Susan Wafula. First, I want to congratulate you on your nomination as Cabinet Secretary for Health. And I'm glad it's boss, member for Wasingishu County, and also Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
Kimani.
Kimani Shonga, Member of Parliament for Kikuyu.
My name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Junet Mohammed, MP Sona East.
I am Owen Baya, MP for Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
My name is Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament at Trans Nzoia County. May I also take this opportunity to say that I know Dr. Susan Nahumicha because she actually comes from Trans Nzoia County. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. George Gitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament for Tharaka Constituency in Tharaka-Nithi County.
David Kosing, my name, MP Pokot South West Pokot County.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for North Imenti Meru County and a member of this committee.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni, also a member of this committee.
Nelson Rapkoech, MP Belgut Constituency.
Good evening. I'm Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti, and Chair, allow me also to declare interest under Standing Order 90 that the nominee before us, she is known to me. She comes from Trans Nzoia. We've also done a lot of political activities during the CORD coalition and later on NASA, where you are the principal. And I've also seconded to Kitale National Polytechnic because of leadership skills. Thank you.
Dido Raso, MP Saku, Marsabit County.
Well, thank you, Chair. Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala, Garissa County. No interest to declare.
Emma Semeri, MP Teso South, Busia County.
Dr. James Nyikal, Member of Parliament for Seme constituency in Kisumu County, and a friend of this committee, attending mainly because of my special interest and passion in matters health. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu. I'm glad to sit with my senior and my mentor.
My name is Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East constituency.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Thank you. Susan Nahumicha, we will proceed as follows. We will give you, after going through some documentation checks, an opportunity of not more than 10 minutes, the lesser the better, to tell the committee the story of your life up to where you are sitting. Upon doing so, we'll open the, sorry, I have not invited the clerk to introduce her team. Florence, I keep on forgetting.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sitting in for the acting clerk, I'm Florence Atenya Bonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and Other Select Committee. Committees with me is Mr. Michael Karuru, immediate left, the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is a team of officers in the committee secretariat.
Thank you. So we'll give you 10 minutes to tell us the story of your life. Whereafter, we'll open the plenary to the committee to ask you whatever questions the members desire to ask you. But before that, let's do some check on your documentation to confirm. Do you have your tax compliance certificate from KRA? Switch on the microphone.
Yes, I do.
Do you have your Higher Education Loans Board clearance certificate?
Yes, I do, and I was not a beneficiary.
Do you have your clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
I do.
Do you have a certificate of good conduct from DCI?
I do.
Have you ever been charged and convicted of an offense in a court of law?
No, sir.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other jurisdiction?
I'm only Kenyan.
At a personal level, what is your net worth in terms of finance?
My net worth, Chair, is about 101 million, composed of a townhouse that I own in Syokimau. I have an apartment in Syokimau. I have some land in Kangundo. I have some land in Trans Nzoia County. I have land in Bungoma County. I have land in Kakamega County. I have shares and deposits in SACCOs, 2 SACCOs, Waumini SACCO and UN Women SACCO. I have dividends from where I have placed my shares, one of them, Cooperative Bank of Kenya. Thank you, sir.
We'll now open the conversation with the nominee. I'll give the first shot to the Deputy Speaker.
10 minutes first.
Oh, my. I'm so sorry, members. I think diminishing returns are setting in.
Speaker, it's a 6:15. It's allowed.
Yeah.
But maybe there's something she said. You said you have shares in Cooperative Bank of Kenya or dividends as part of your declared wealth.
Shares.
Shares.
Yes.
And that come after her 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can interrogate her on that after her 10 minutes. You have now your 10 minutes or less to tell us the story of your life.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members, for giving me an opportunity to appear before you this evening and tell the committee members and Kenyans at large the story of my life. I was born in 1979 in Kericho, specifically Londiani, to a policeman and a policewoman. And later they moved and we settled in Trans Nzoia County, in a place called Sekhendu, where I largely grew up in that area. Members and chairs, you are aware, policemen and policewomen in this country are people who are moved from one station to another. So my parents were being moved from one station to another to work. And it's that time that I was taken up by my maternal uncle, who I lived with during my primary education, which I finished at a school called Baraton Primary School. It is in Kiminini constituency in Trans Nzoia County in 1992. And I'm happy to tell honorable members that in the KCPE exams of 1992, I was the best student in then Trans Nzoia district. After that, I joined Maryhill Girls High School, a national school in Thika, where I did my secondary school education. While at Maryhill, I was engaged in several leadership positions, one of them chair of journalism, and then I thought that I would end up in media. And after Maryhill, immediately after, I got a call from KCB Bank to join them and work for them. And it was basically because I was very good in volleyball, so they were recruiting for their team. And my mom was like, who does volleyball for a living? So I did not join the commercial bank. So then I moved to MTC, Kenya Medical Training College, where I trained as a pharmaceutical technologist and graduated in 2000. Just to let members know that while at MTC, my parents, a policeman and policewoman, could not afford much. So from the second year of MTC, I did odd jobs to pay my school fees. After MTC, I managed to get a job in one of the pharmaceutical retail pharmacies in this country, where I worked for a period of time. During that time, I was also doing a degree in pharmacy, online degree from EG University in Turkey, where I completed. However, I did not get registered as a pharmacist because of the difference in legislation, the difference in the number of years covered in Turkey and covered in Kenya. But after that, while working, I proceeded to do a degree in procurement and supplies from Jomo Kenyatta University. And by the time I was doing that degree, I was working at Mission for Essential Drugs and Supplies. Chair and members, I stopped working in the pharmacy. My last stage as a pharmaceutical technologist was in charge of AAR Healthcare in Kisumu County. So when I joined MEDS, I started as a junior operations officer. But while working as an operation officer, one of my responsibilities was to consolidate orders and send medical supplies to faith-based hospitals in this country. I then realized that there was a gap, that anytime I was fulfilling orders from these faith-based hospitals, we could not fulfill them at 100%. And at that note, I told my supervisor that I think we have a problem in procurement. And I volunteered myself to work in procurement at MEDS. When I volunteered to work in procurement, that is when now I enrolled again for my master's degree while working there. And I ran through the ranks in procurement as an officer. Up to the time that I was leaving MEDS, I left as the procurement manager. And as you are well aware, Mission for Essential Drugs and Supply is the second biggest, largest medical supply chain organization in this country that is run in a way that I could say very efficiently. So I worked at Mission for Essential Drugs for a good 7 years. Chair, I left in good terms when I had just finished my master's. And for the members' sake, I briefly interned at KEMSA during my master's level for a period of 3 months. After that, Chair, I joined the Nairobi Women Hospital, where I was in charge of procurement. Chair and members, at Nairobi Women Hospital, I was in charge of end-to-end supply chain. What I mean by end-to-end is that I was in charge of the tomatoes that cooked the patient meals. I was in charge of the linen that was spread on patient beds. I was in charge of the equipment that was used in theater. And what many people don't like to hear, that I was in charge to ensure even the equipment in the mortuary worked while at MEDS. Honorable Chair and members, I left MEDS in 2016 to to run for an elective seat in Trans Nzoia County, women rep. At that point, my party did not give me a ticket, so I dropped out at the nominations level. And I came back, and in 2017, I got another job with the Global Programs for Research, which is an affiliate of University of California, San Francisco, as their head of supply chain, and that is where I have worked to date. I took leave to also run for women rep in 2022. This time, like, I was lucky, I got the party ticket and went all the way into the elections. I didn't make it, and so I returned back to work after my leave. I'm still an employee of Global Programs for Research. Chair, I have been appointed on the Council of the Kitale National Polytechnic, which I joined in 2019. I served in the Education, Training and Research Committee. I served in Finance and Administration Committee, and I was the chair of the Human Resource Committee. Chair, I have also done consultancy services, previously for Ministry of Health, in commodity management for Nyamira, Kisii, and Migori County, where I was training all cadres of health on commodity management. Chair, I've also done consultancy, which I'm still engaged in, with a firm called 54 Gene for Research and Discovery Limited, that is scheduled to set up one of the biggest genomics laboratory in Kenya, and I'm still consulting for them. Chair, that's the story of my life, but I also need to say that I am married. I'm a mother of 2 biological children, but I take care of 2 as a guardian, and many that I take care who live with their parents. Thank you very much, Chair and members.
The floor is open, members. We'll start with the Deputy Speaker. Everybody will have a go.
Dr. Susan, congratulations again. I want to ask you this. As you know, we've had very many overlapping and fragmented schemes in the health sector. There is NHIF, there is Linda Mama, the civil servant scheme, the school children and elderly support schemes, and also some other types of social health insurance. The Kenyan Kwanza manifesto seeks to provide NHIF for all Kenyans without exclusion in a policy called Leaving No One Behind. What interventions will you propose to streamline NHIF and all these other schemes?
You will take 4 questions and answer them in the order that you desire. Kimani Ichung'wah.
Chair, maybe she would first begin by clarifying, because I heard the Honorable Anyonyi refer to her together with the Deputy Speaker as doctor, whether she's a doctor, because when I'm going through copies of the certificates in our files, I don't see anything that has to do anything with a doctor other than the diploma in healthcare from Kenya Institute of Management. Maybe that would be the first clarification, because even the degree from Turkey is not in the file. I was asking about the dividends, because the shares, because looking at what you have listed as part of your wealth, the shares are not listed. Maybe you would also give us a schedule, probably, of what constitutes your net worth. But on to health issues, and I must indicate, sorry, I'm forgetting, Nakumicha. I am rather impressed by her background in relation to what you have been nominated to do, especially on matters to do with procurement and logistics. And it's good that you have also interned at KEMSA. I hope that was not during the COVID KEMSA billionaires scandal. But having worked at MEDS, and you say it's the second largest, I believe, after KEMSA in the country, I would want to hear what is it that you will come to do at the ministry that you streamline operations at KEMSA and make it more efficient, more cost effective for the people of Kenya in terms of procurement and delivery of cost effective drugs to both our public and private hospitals in line with our Kenya Kwanza manifesto. Two, the issue of community health volunteers in the country is an issue that has been debated over the years. I would want to hear your thoughts on what you want to do with community health volunteers that volunteer in our communities. Then eventually, finally, there are about 514 healthcare practitioners. If you may not know, you could or you may not know, I'm sure you've done some research at the ministry, that were interviewed in 2021 and they were given appointment letters by the Public Service Commission in December of 2021. Up to date, the ministry is yet to give them the appointment letters. I have not less than 15 WhatsApp and text messages from young Kenyans who had been given those appointments and now waiting for their letters. Do you imagine if you get approved and you take over the ministry that you will ensure these Kenyans get the appointment letters? Or from your initial analysis of ministry, is it that they don't need these young Kenyans working there? Do we have enough healthcare workers and practitioners? Thank you.
Wandai.
Miss Wafula, in the last term of Parliament, I happen to have interacted closely with the Ministry of Health as chair of the Public Accounts Committee, largely dealing with their audit reports. So I happen to have a rough idea of what goes on in the Ministry of Health. And you'll also recall that the current CS, because they haven't left office yet, the current CS, Mutahi Kagwe, when he came into office, promised to dismantle the cartels at Afia House. As to whether he succeeded in dismantling the cartels, the jury is out there. But coming back to you, even with your impressive technical background, do you think you have the wherewithal, the spine, to deal with these cartels? Because unless these cartels that have held Afia House hostage are dealt with and dismantled completely, we may not achieve much. So just give Kenyans and this committee the assurance that you are equipped, well equipped, to confront this mafia like cartels once and for all. Thank you.
Junet.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question to the nominee is, Chair, the functions of health are majorly devolved. They are under the new constitution, and there is a lot going on at the county level in terms of health. But likewise, there have been a lot of problems for the last 10 years since devolution came on health matters at the county level, where whether it is medicines, whether it is staff and medical personnel, there have been serious issues. What are your thoughts on how to deal with the ministry in conjunction with the counties at the county level? What do you think you can do differently that can make things work better this time? Secondly is the NHIF. There is a big problem in NHIF, and people feel that it's not functioning, it's not working properly. What do you think you will do differently that will make NHIF work like any other national insurance scheme, like the way the private ones perform for their clients? And lastly, there was this medical equipment leasing that was started by the last government, and it involved a lot of money, 40 billion I think, and it was imposed on the counties, and we normally deduct that money here when we are doing the division of revenue at the parliament level, at the source. Even the counties are not given opportunity to pay directly to the national government. Do you think that was a good scheme? Do you think it should be continued, or what do you think? What are your thoughts on that?
can answer those four, then we'll take another batch.
Thank you, Chair and members. I will respond to the question in the order in which they came. Honorable Gladys, you sought to find out how I will handle the fragmented type of insurance that we have at the National Hospital Insurance Fund. And as you clearly put it, we have Linda Mama, we have the one for primary and secondary school children, we also have one for civil servants. Chair and members, I'm sure you already know, and if not, that Linda Mama is about 4 billion in a year. The one for AFIA, for the school-going children, is another 4 billion in a year. And the other schemes, but collectively, just if I may use the example of those two, that means we have a total of 8 billion that has been fragmented. And in that fragmentation, you will note that a mother who is covered under Linda Mama also has a child who is covered under the AFIA one. What that means is that that family has been covered twice in terms of payment. The one for Linda Mama has been paid for, the one for the education has been paid for. So what is supposed to be done is that we are supposed to consolidate. And that would be my suggestion, and it is also in our plan for Kenya Kwanza, that the payments are per household vis-a-vis per persons. Because if you take the total of Linda Mama and AFIA, you put together the 8 billion, it can take care of very many households. And you know, per household in Kenya per year is 6,000 shillings. If you divide that 8 billion, I do not have a calculator with me, but I'm sure it will cover over 1 million households. So I will be suggesting that we move and consolidate these schemes so that then we accrue a lot of benefit from it. And as you may be aware, members, is that insurance works on the premise of the more the better. So I believe with that intervention, we shall be able to streamline. Honorable Kimani, you sought to find out why the chair referred to me as Dr. Susan. As I said in my introduction, that I did a degree in pharmacy from Turkey. But I also said I did not manage to get registered by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board because of the difference in regulations. While I was doing that degree, I was working. I was required by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board and the regulations in this country to do another 1 year round internally, which I was not able to do because at that moment I was still working. I had a life to live. I had beneficiaries that I had to take care of. So I wasn't registered. And because of that registration, I have always not placed my degree document in my folder so that then questions do not arise. You also sought to find out whether I have shares or dividends in Cooperative Bank. I believe, Honorable Kimani, you have better prowess in matters finance. Probably I was referring to dividends, whatever it is, but not shares. But I stand to be corrected, and I think my document shows whatever it is that I have. You also asked, based on my experience, how I plan to streamline KEMSA, the cost of drugs, and the issue of community health volunteers. As I said in my introduction, I interned at KEMSA briefly.
Yes, Kimani.
Sorry to interrupt, but dividends are from Cooperative Bank or a SACCO? Because there's a reason I was asking that, because I see there's somewhere you've put dividends of 1.5 million and dividends of that amount from a bank that is probably paying 10 shillings a share. Would be a very huge investment, and it then would have to reflect in your list of assets. But maybe if it's a SACCO.
Thank you, Chair. I have shares and dividends from 2 SACCOs, and that is what makes up the 1.5 million. Back to your question on how I plan to streamline KEMSA. Having interned there, I have a view of what it is that happens at KEMSA as a public institution. And as I said, I also worked at MEDS, which is a faith-based institution. And what then I bring to KEMSA, which I'm sorry to say, but most of the public institution, there's some laxity in terms of operational efficiency. While there, I realized we had a problem with quantifications, how they arrive at what they buy for patients. And ATMED's quantification was almost accurate to the point. How did we do it? Is that we got to know the needs from the faith-based institutions, faith-based facilities. Early in advance, before we did our tender process, we could find out from the hospitals what their requirements were. Based on that, then we worked on quantification. At KEMSA, they do a push system, where then the stocks are pushed down to the facilities. And the facilities are supposed to be pulling from KEMSA. So the push system then means quantification is done at the top, at KEMSA level. And I'm happy because in Kenya Kwanza we are talking about bottom up. Therefore the facilities will be bringing up their quantities. Based on that, quantification is done. And that is why you hear at KEMSA right now we have expiries, we have obsolete, is because of poor quantification. So we shall start right by supporting KEMSA to ensure that they do proper quantification for products. Regarding cost of drugs, is again because of not quantifying properly, you end up buying wrong quantities at the wrong prices. But more importantly, my suggestion would be like, we do more of local manufacturing. We have molecules that can be manufactured in Kenya. For example, I'm yet to understand why we still import paracetamol. Yet we have companies in Kenya who are manufacturing paracetamol. If we were to buy from these locally manufacturing companies, definitely the cost of paracetamol will be much lower than the imported one. Honorable Kimani, the issue of community health workers in this country is that there are some success stories with community health volunteers. And I'll give an example of Kisumu County. They are moving on very well because they are giving stipends to their community health volunteers. And because this universal health care, they were doing some tests on a number of counties, then we should learn from the success stories like the one for Kisumu, just to find out how has it worked. Then that is what we can move to the rest of the counties within the country, that these community health volunteers then get a stipend, and it can be done on a matching basis, that as much as they are employed by the county governments, then the national government can match that stipend just to, to make them do more work. Then you spoke about the 2021 healthcare workers, and members through the chair, as you may know, as much as health was devolved, on Schedule 4 of the Constitution, there's distribution of functions. There's what was left with the national government and what went to the county governments. Recruitment of healthcare workers, most of it is happening at the county government. So then I shall be working with the county governments, and it's supposed to be collaborative. And I am aware there are structures that have been put in place to ensure that the county governments are able to work with the national government. Then is to ensure that these healthcare workers are absorbed in their respective counties. So I may not be able to say that we shall give appointment letters, but once that discussion has happened, and I pray that this committee is able to approve of my nomination, then we should be able to work together to ensure that the workers are absorbed. As we know, most of the facilities in this country are ill-equipped. Even with the healthcare workers, there is a shortage. But also, the executive order, number 1 of 2022, has created a state department of health standards and professional management. So I believe under that state department, then the issues of professional management will be well handled as well in that state department. Thank you. Honorable Wandai, you are concerned about the cartels at Afya House, and I believe I am looking like I'm too weak to handle the cartels. But I would like to assure you that these cartels, having worked in healthcare and supply chain, I believe these are people that I have already worked with. It's just that on a small scale, but now they are on the national scales. And where I have worked previously, Honorable Chair, is that my mantra is P squared, R squared. P squared means process and procedures. R squared is rules and regulations. I am very sure that we will be able to break the cartels, but also be seeking the support of members through bills so that we improve on our procurement regulations and acts so that we are able to deal with these cartels. Because at the end of the day, if healthcare is working, even the health of those cartels is taken care of. Honorable Junet, you asked about devolved functions in terms of the personnel and staff, and how to deal with the MOH and the counties. Honorable Chair, I am aware that we have intergovernmental forums that have been put in place. We have the Specific Health Sector Forum that brings together the CECs in charge of health from the counties. They meet quarterly and they bring their issues from the counties to MOH. And the issues from these CECs of health then escalate to the Council of Governors. And therefore, I want to believe that the issue of healthcare personnel at the county level, then how the MOH will assist them, should be then discussed at this level. But I also want to believe that most of the time issues work when people are involved. And therefore, we shall be involving everyone, each of the health professionals from the counties, in decision making. NHIF, you asked, what is it that I will do differently? Through the chair, Honorable Jeanette, NHIF, as Honorable Gladys had said initially, is a bit fragmented. But the most important thing that I would like to let this committee know, or they may already be aware, that the population, the workforce in this country is about 16 million or 19 million, thereabout. Out of this total population, 1 million is in public sector, 2 million is in private sector. So we have over 11 million people who are in informal sector. And these are the people that we are having a problem with in terms of registration and recruitment into the NHIF. So I will be working together with the county governments to improve enrollment. And through use of the community health volunteers, we should be able then to use them in terms of enrolling these people in informal sector. And you know, the people in informal sector, Honorable Chair and members, is that they rely on a day-to-day in terms of what they earn. Therefore, we have to devise mechanisms to ensure that even from the day-to-day, then we are able to help them to achieve the 6,000 monthly contribution to NHIF. But again, in our Kenya Kwanza plan, we are focusing on promotive, preventive healthcare, and therefore that will ease the burden in terms of healthcare needs. And the study shows that for every 1 shilling that you spend on promotive and preventive healthcare, you save 9 shillings in curative. So as an agent of the government, I'll be ensuring that then we focus more on promotive and preventive healthcare through the NHIF, where they can even have wellness schemes where people go for screening once in a year just to check their health status. Honorable Chair, a question was asked on MES, and you rightfully say that almost 40 billion was put into it, and what are my thoughts? Chair, while I worked at Nairobi Women Hospital, we were able to install 2 CT scans, one 64 slice and the other one 120 slice at 0 cost while I was in procurement. How did we do it? I sourced for the manufacturer of the CT scans. I told them that we have an opportunity, that we have patients, but we do not have the money to buy the CT scan. So we agreed on a revenue share agreement that they come and install the CT scans, we provide the patients, and we share the revenue. They take 80%, Nairobi Women takes 20%. And in that, we are able to install a CT scan at Adams and another CT scan at Rongai at 0 cost. What am I saying, Chair? That in the world today of management, there's what we call business outsourcing. that you are left to focus on your core mandate. For example, our hospitals, their core mandate is to provide healthcare. And therefore, if we have suppliers, and in this case we do, that supply the MES equipment, it is a good thing. All we need to be asking of ourselves is how was it entered into and how do we improve it? As I sit here today, in my home county of Trans Nzoia, we have a dialysis machine in Trans Nzoia County, which I believe Trans Nzoia County in itself would never have managed to buy that dialysis. So we have gains that have been made. Many counties, many patients have been able to access services that they would never have accessed before. But we have some small issues. For example, I'm told a county that has not installed their equipment because they were not able to get three-phase power installation. What is that? Honestly, it takes a phone call from the governor to Kenya Power to have three-phase installation. So why should we keep equipment wrapped in a box waiting for three-phase installation? So I believe there are a lot of discussions that need to go into that we look at the bigger picture, which is the benefits that have accrued from this equipment. And if there's anything that we can correct, then it is corrected at the review of the contract. Thank you, Chair.
Next batch, Owen Bayer, Honorable Robert Mbui, Mish Mbogo, Daud Posing. We'll take 5. Yes, I have not said I'll follow the line. I may skip and start with Naisula.
Okay, thank you, Speaker and Chair. Wafula, Susan, nice to meet you. I just have 2 questions. One very simple. If you look at Schedule 4, which you referred to, and Item 23, it talks about referral hospitals. That referral hospitals are managed by national government. But the practice in this country has been that referral hospitals, like the Moi, the Kenyatta University, the ones that are built by university are actually managed by university. But we have very controversial issue at Kenyatta University and the referral hospital, where the university has actually been denied a chance to run the hospital and to manage it, and that other board members have been nominated by the minister and put in charge of the university, and they've been told this is a national referral hospital, and therefore even students at KU cannot access that facility. They have to apply like any other, and there has been a lot of controversy about that. As you step in, or if you are confirmed to step into the shoes of CS Health, how are you going to solve the problem at Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital? Also, Health Commission has been demanded. The Health Commission has been demanded to bring in all these services together, and we have a Health Commission in this country. It was one of the items on the BBI. And doctors and practitioners in health sector have demanded that counties should release the function, and that we have a health commission, just like we have TSC and other commissions to manage medical services in this country, health services in this country. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think that's the way to go, or we allow counties to manage the health sector and also the national government manage another sector? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say that
switch off your mic.
This nominee has been very clear in answering questions, and in fact quite impressive. Only that she repeated the P square and R square. I think it's a Kenya Kwanza new slogan. We had that earlier. But Chair, I'm aware that
Chair, on a point of order, Kenya Kwanza had no such slogan.
You know, Chair, you have to tell the honorable leader of majority to relax. You know, sometimes you must you don't take everything too seriously. But anyway,
allowed you to fish far and wide. So
we are in agreement on that, Chair. Chair, thank you. Chair, The Ministry of Health has, in the past, been a bit apprehensive about the introduction of genetically modified organisms, GMO foods. And until proper research is done so that the health of Kenyans that are, that partake of these foods is assured. In the recent past, and of course we know that the religious organizations have also been against it because of the fact that it's unnatural, because I think there is a belief that food should be provided in a natural manner in which God provided it. Now, in the recent past, I think the cabinet passed that we can introduce GMO foods. Are you comfortable with that position as the nominee for health, considering that there is no research that has cleared this situation? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mishi Mbogo, the Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the nominee, you sound very conversant on this area of health, but my question will just be not to be compromised, but the many cartels in the MOH, NHIF, and other hospitals. That's just a comment on a light note. My question is on mental health. Currently, it seems our government has not taken a lot of care in terms of mental health, and they have not even prioritized it. I'm looking for an example in Mombasa County, where the population is over 1 million people, and we only have a very small center at Port Reitz Hospital for mental health. Recently, we have seen so many incidences occurring from our public sector, be it the military. We have seen some soldiers killing their families, committing suicide. We have seen in our university, in our schools, and yet nothing has been done to ensure that we have access to mental health. This is high time that we need to take adequate steps, and we want to hear from you. What are your plans in terms of mental health? My other issue is on counterfeit drugs. Counterfeit drugs, how are you going to prevent them coming to our country? Thank you.
Thank you. Daud?
Thank you.
Everybody is interested in asking, so I encourage us to have one question each.
Thank you, Chair, Speaker. Congratulations, Dr. Susan. And you've said, you've talked about your degree in pharmacy, and the board has not approved it. Because you're in the department now, I think you should make it easier for everybody else. You will be, hopefully, if we pass you. I'm sponsoring 2 bills in Parliament regarding, one is the cancer bill, and another one is the health amendment bill, where it says before you take anybody out of the country for medical treatment, you have to go through a panel so that we see if that person can be treated in this country. It would be much easier and cheaper. But if he or she has to go out of the country, then the treatment there should be up to standard. If you are appointed to this ministry, how are you going to tackle what Honorable Owen Bayer has said on transfer of county hospital, the hospitals to the national government, or vice versa, because there is no medicine, there is no personnel. Public health officials are there, but they're not enough, or they're not promoted. So how are you going to handle the public health issue together with the hospitals which do not have medicines? If you will take them over, or what will you do?
The Honorable Posing.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chair said, Ms. Nakumicha, I'm Honorable Kosing David, MP Poko South. And should you be approved by this committee and the House, there is something which is very serious in this country, particularly in health. And if you look at this committee, there are members of Parliament here who represent urban centers or urban population. There are also others who represent the rural population, like myself. And the question
Chal nade? Chal ka gimi kaka ng'iyo sim gi pacha te? Kiki ahinya. En mana ni osebedo e story ahinya. Mana kaka rally manyocha ne chal ka gima ne an kanyo